Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, September the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. Okay, well, before we get talking about the ones that are moving this morning, let's not forget about CART. So it does look like they're going to IPO today, CART. The last thing I saw was 22 million shares to be issued, and I thought the IPO price was going to be 30. I see Cancer put 33, but whatever it is, we'll see how exciting it is compared to the ARM IPO of last week. So it should probably start. Well, I don't know. I mean, last week we thought ARM was going to start trading around 10:20, then 10:30, and it got really delayed. So we'll have to see what happens. All I'm doing is I'm putting CART on my trade ideas charts, and I put a price alert at $1. When it starts to trade, I'll know about it. So what else is happening? So this Sezzle, SEZL. Now we don't have any full information on it. I did take a look, and I thought it looks like 2.3 million shares are in the float. That is SEZL. So of course, this one when it came out as SEZL 5 days ago, like 4 days ago, got all the way up to 80. Okay, Kat. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was just updated. That's what I had read this morning that it was going to be 30. But so there's the Sezzle, guys. So we were in a market yesterday where we had some absolutely crazy action with some of these SPACs or companies that had just gone from being a SPAC to the merged company. So CFFE, that was not the crazy one, believe it or not. Did get up to $20. This morning it got up to 35. Only 6.44 million in the float. Mm. It's okay, Cass. I appreciate every morning all of you guys. But I know, Casa, you typically every morning you're putting in news that I can see a lot of this news. I just don't have the time to dive into it with any great detail. So really do appreciate when you guys put in news. AVGR, speaking of news, AVGR. So this one, what a move after hours it had up to $12, pulled back down this morning to back down to six. So it's almost cut in half, but now on the move again. This is another, this is a crazy low float, 647,000 shares in the float. So that is a extremely low float. And I don't see any, let's see, I want to see if there's any specific news on this. Company early Monday. Oh, that's right. This Tiger Eye, ST, image guided, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So they did have some news yesterday. I don't know if it is one far where you are, Pierre. You're in over in Europe somewhere, I think. Elut, ELUT. So again, this started trading as ELUT a few weeks ago, I guess 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. And what did we get up to? Got up to 175. So it's having a little action this morning. Actually, a lot of action, 4.2 million shares, only 6 million in the float. They actually did a financing, $26 million financing, and they're being somewhat rewarded at $1.42. So a little bit, so the price is a little bit above the financing price. So they're raising money, 26 million. No, I saw somebody. I think it was you, FinTech Forever. Was it no Sorry, FinFan Forever, talking about reverse splits. So yeah, I mean, not all reverse splits are going to be the same, of course, but AXLA. I believe today this is their 1 for 25 reverse split. This is not up. I'm glad that our provider has that information. That it is it's down actually 6.7%. But AXLA is a 1 for 25 reverse split today. So if they come out with news, I'm actually a little surprised that they did a reverse split like this because, typically they don't get so expensive after the reverse split. They're usually, I would say, I don't know, $5 to $6 range. Of course, it all depends on where they did the reverse split from. Anyway, we'll see if they come up with any sort of news. They had their news last week, something about COVID, et cetera, but too bad they didn't delay that news, do the reverse split, and then come out with the news. OBIO, OBIO, OBIO. What are they? 21 million in the float. See if I can see any. I don't see any. Yes, granted FDA approval to initiate backbeat pivotal study, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, hypertension. Not very much volume yet. 14 mil, only 14,000 shares. I think when I first saw it, it was up here though, up at 969. So it's pulled back a bit, and that is OBIO. DAVA, DAVA. There's not very much volume. This is very, very few earnings plays today that I saw. DAVA is one of them, and not very much volume yet. 13,000 shares. UK stock, I guess. Yeah, UK stock. Next low looking left is about 45.50, and then down here is around 45. So it doesn't have a ton of room before it hits some of those levels. And again, there's not very much volume yet. The SQ, somebody posted that the CEO, now this is more of a planned leave sometime in October 2nd, I think. Blockstock slips as Jack Dorsey steps in to run square. Any worries may be overblown. Okay. Yeah. So this person, Alyssa Henry, is leaving on the 2nd, October 2nd. It seems to be way more planned, though. I mean, this is not like a out of the blue. Anyway, we've got the ex Mr. Twitter stepping into the position. AVGR, guys, AVGR, yeah, making another new high here, pre-market high. Post-market high was up to 1206. And real mention NIO and also LIO, Lee, both weak this morning. NIO and LI, both weak this morning. NIO breakdown here. And the LI was also, XPEV wasn't as bad. The three China EV makers, XPEV wasn't as bad. And it's not like the overall China market is bad. It's, basically it's flat. So those automakers, those EV players are kind of trading on their own. Are you asking me, Z, or just in general? I mean, everybody's different, of course. You must use a limit order. That's all I can say. I mean, it's not. No, do I only buy pull? No, I'm not a big pullback player, to be honest. So, but there's no hard and fast rule. If I don't trade the pre-market that often. But you can only go limit order. I mean, that is, you can't go into the market order. So let's see, coffee, RXT, just checking to see if there are any other earnings plays that have crept in here. There's the DAVA, excuse me, there's the DAVA, DAVA, not a, oh man, that's right. I did see Stitch Fix. I was having a tough time saying that one. Stitch Fix, SFIX. Cannot believe it's so cheap now. because I remember the days, it was $113 stock. This was, of course, during the pandemic. Everybody's staying at home, fixing their own clothes, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this company other than, I can read it in the profile, but my goodness. And Real was talking about an Etsy pop. I think that's probably a fake, maybe wrong. Well, I don't see the same thing on the spine. A lot of times we'll see these big topping tails on a lot of stocks, and you look at the spine, and they did the same thing. So it's hard for, well, anything is possible. All right, guys, time to look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. If there's anything interesting. And then the next thing I look for is, a lot of times what I'll see is like a price target, a previous price target and a new one. And if it's a huge difference, I like to take a look. A lot of times it's already at the new price target. But if it isn't, you always wonder, okay, well, that big price target, you enough to move it a bit. Well, okay, so now RCL Group drives forward alternate fuel use with the successful completion of biofuel testing. Okay. And then they also have an upgrade for CCL, but I don't think CCL, that's the CCL is right now. Yeah, they've upgraded to 17, so I mean, it's not that far away. So I guess, I don't know, look at RCL today. I don't know how powerful Truist is, but they've certainly got a very aggressive price target. Now let's take a look at some of the downgrades. Not too many of each, actually. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Goldman has downgraded LAZ down to 32. Starbucks. Starbucks downgraded by Cowen down to 107. Take a look at Starbucks, what it is doing, what it is at right now. SBUX. Yeah, I mean, it's way below the downgrade price. I really don't see anything extraordinary. Typically, okay, I'll take a look at LAZ. That Goldman is downgraded to 32. I guess it's probably there already. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, one moment, please. Kareem, what I would do, go to external linking, check alternate method, okay? Check alternate method. So do your linking with TradingView the normal way, put it in the chart, and then check the check use alternate method. That should work, okay? Well, you can do it right now. I mean, seriously, just do your normal. I don't run as administrator, to be honest. I just make sure I check. So I just check use alternate method. No rules. Don't use the rule, but just check use alternate method, and it works for me. Michael will not know. He'll be in it too at 1 o'clock, or sorry, between 12 and 1. He's not going to know. He doesn't have trading views, so he's not going to know. All right, guys. So I guess really all eyes are going to be on card. I'm so interested to see how much, if over 30 it opens, and see how much enthusiasm there's going to be about this one. I mean, ARM's still hanging in there. I mean, it's dropped, quite a bit from its 70 high, but it's still above the IPO price of 51. So that's the good thing for card. It has not dropped. I was worried that yesterday it looked like it was going to have a fairly big sell-off yesterday. I thought if it ever took out 51 and got into the 40s, it could put a real damper on card. Great. Glad to see you, Arian. Okay, guys, 9:17. Let me do a quick look to see what's happening with our boy. Yesterday we just flat. I didn't even see how we just had a flat day yesterday. Dow was up just a smidge, Nas up a bit, SPY basically flat. I didn't even realize that. So dock channel bar, click on new from our toolbar, then dock channel bar, and then click on show more, so I can get to the sector status, see what's happening. We've got a negative open start, not horribly negative, but definitely negative. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's that what is that? 12 minutes before the market opens. So when you start looking, I read something. This always really surprises me. This consumer discretionary, how well it's doing above the 200-day moving average. I keep reading reports how spending is going, like it's only going to be on, necessary items. I don't. The retailers are in tough shape. I think coming up for this Christmas holiday season, according to some of the things I've been reading. People are just going to be really cutting back, but we'll see. And this is what I'm talking about when I look at XLY. And there's a 200-day moving average. So again, I can never wrap my head around this, that XLY is way above. Remember now, this is discretionary. This is sort of the non-needed stuff, we'll call it, okay? And yet Staples, XLP, which you would think would be a lot stronger than XLY at any rate, but look at this, way underneath the 200-day moving average. And then there's retail. XRT, not way underneath, but you can just sort of see it's falling, falling, falling. And I don't know. I mean, if all these forecasts are correct, retail is just going to continue to move down. And let's take a look at financials, XLF. Okay. I mean, it's still above. And of course, energy should be way above. Yeah, energy has been on a huge roll, of course. And there's that blue line is the 200-day moving average. Another one that was in jeopardy, I think, was XLB. XLB was in jeopardy around that 200-day moving average, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so look at that. Sat right on top of it, guys. So this is in jeopardy today, perhaps. So right now we only have two of the major sectors that are below the 200-day moving average. That's retail and consumer staples. But XLB getting very close. Healthcare was the other one that was kind of hanging around that 200-day moving average, I think. No, below now. Okay, so now we've got three of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Give me one moment, guys. I have a good question for Pepe later on. Oh boy. Well, I'll ask it right now. I mean, just before the market opens. I used to think that Chrome was a big resource hog, and but I remember doing I don't know, a little search a year ago on the various browsers, and it came to seemed to say that Chrome actually wasn't the resource hog that everybody seems to think it is, compared to Firefox or Edge or any of the other browsers. Just wondered what your opinion was. Again, trying to get my computer to not go crazy at certain times. I mean, I can always change to Firefox, but I read that, there was hardly a difference. But maybe that report was biased. Maybe it was put up by Chrome. All right, guys, let's see now. IonQ is another one that is kind of active this morning, but it popped up to 716 something. Now it's basically flat. Well, yeah, this is the one that could go absolutely crazy. This Sezzle, SEZL, just because of what happened a few days ago when it got up to 80. Yeah, I've definitely trained myself, Pepe, to have the absolute bare minimum number of tabs open. I only have open tabs that I absolutely have to have, and that's it. That's funny. Okay, so Fine Trade asking in our YouTube room, is anybody in the card IPO? You mean from before, like had shares that their broker was able to offer them? Of course, I have no idea. I certainly don't. To get IPO shares, if you don't know how it works, well, just in general. Now, this is a huge IPO. Goldman Sachs and a bunch of the major players are behind this. So typically, what happens is that Goldman Sachs will have a certain number of shares, and they'll all have a certain number of shares. And then within Goldman Sachs, they go to their big brokers who work there and say, okay, who are your big customers? You can offer them X number of shares of the IPO. This could have been months and months ago, and so that's how that usually works. But then usually though, those shares are tied up. Usually, I don't know if it's changed. I only did that once in my investing lifetime, and the shares were tied up. In other words, you couldn't sell them the day they came out. All right, guys. Let's see. We're getting close to this open. All right. Well, before this market, what browser would you suggest then, other than Chrome? Anybody? As far as being not as big a resource hog. All right, guys. So sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Will it sizzle? Will sizzle, sizzle today? Now, this one just showed up here. PHXM just showed up at a France, à Lyon. PHXM. So this is a relatively new issue. Again, I can never tell whether these were SPACs or truly an IPO or a company that was one symbol before, and now they're this one. In fact, I could probably tell from the lifetime range. Anyway, PH, really ugly looking daily chart, but it has popped somewhat, got up to 679 and pulled right back down. Was it a reverse split? Let's see if I can find news. Yes, you're right. A reverse split on back in July. PHXM was a reverse split. Let's see what the yeah, less than a minute. I just want to see what the ratio was. It was a 1 for 10 reverse split back in July. Okay, guys. Yeah, the market's going to open in about 20 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of this and get set for the open. Oh, I had this IOVA from yesterday in the simulator. I'll just keep it in to see what happens. Yeah, so I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I always run the risk that something starts to move right when the market opens. It keeps going, and that's okay. All right, guys, we are now open APPLS. It's a big move right now for APPLS up 9%. I guess you know what? I must have missed this one because I would have seen this up here, but I must have, when I was doing my interim work, it was down around 48, which wasn't a big enough pop for it to show up on my scanner. But now it is $51. And look at the room it's got. APLS on the weekly chart, 68.77. We're of course not saying it's going to get there, but at least it's got the room. You auto, yeah, 1 for 10 split was completed yesterday. Really? It said July 27th. I thought, okay. Anyway, the market, look at this, guys. So we're 1 hour down in the opening 15-minute. This started, of course, in the pre-market. And then the opening 15-minute candle is red. There's the AVGR. Now, this is the one, this was the classic one yesterday. I didn't take it early and it just kept running and running and running. And then it sold off huge. And it's all because of the split, guys. I mean, yeah, it's all muddled here, but the split is only about 670,000 shares. Talk, Talk, Talk on the move here, guys. Talkspace. Don't think I've ever really seen these guys before. There was no action in the pre-market. I don't see any news on them. Talk, I don't see any news. Not a low float either, 113 million. Now, somebody asked me in an email yesterday, why do I always refer to the float and why do I care? Or do I only look at low floats? No. But the issue is, though, for something to be a momentum stock, typically, the float is going to be low. I don't have a filter in here that prevents it from being a high float, but it's just typically it's going to be a low float because how else does this stock usually move in a big way unless it's a fairly low float? But there's the talk, 113 million, up almost 20%. So I don't limit myself to low floats, but typically in this, you're going to see low floats here, lower float stocks. But here's another one, not low, 78 million, it's up 6.8%. I was almost going to take some down here, just, when I say some, I don't mean a lot. Just to see, put a stop down here around 16. But it's going to be probably too late now. 22.45 is the halt for SEZL. So on the right-hand side, what you're seeing, these numbers here are the projected open, but you'll see that this will change. Nothing is written in stone. So right now, the projected open is 24. Okay, but again, if I look, and this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. It is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, I just mentioned IonQ as something that popped up, and now look at this. Now IonQ, the next low looking left is around 15. I find this is a bit of a tough intraday trader also. Yeah, there you go, guys. That's why I don't. So in this particular case, AVGR got up to 10 and pulled all the way back down to 9, just like that. Yeah. So when you see something with 647,000 shares in the flow, they had done a reverse split at some point, probably several. It is Otto said 1 for 15 on September the 13th, so last week. Here's our friend CCG. This is the one from yesterday, guys. but on the way down. CCG is the crazy one from yesterday. Yes, you don't have to blink a couple of times. It did get up to $201. Yes, it did from 10. Probably with that amount in the float, it's usually they've usually done multiple reverse splits. This is a weak stock, guys. CDLX actually weak yesterday, continued weakness today. The next low looking left is 14.25, so that is about $1 away, and that is CDLX. Wow, rum continues to make a new low. I think this is an all-time low now. Yeah, rum just continues to make low after low. Actually, I saw a couple of upgrades for RXT this morning. Raymond James, or at least one anyway. Raymond James upgraded it. I didn't think too much of it, but yeah, I mean, it's looks like it's take. I think that's the only reason this is up. It's not a low float either. 49 million in the float. So there you go. Another. It's not low float. Up 23%. Next high looking left looks like around 190 or so. And then you. Well, here's okay. So this is an earnings play. We talked about this in the pre-market. Stitch Fix SFIX having a bit of a pop now. It was down. The high yesterday was 321, so it's right at the high of yesterday. The next high is 336. So to me, it just doesn't look like it has enough room now to keep moving before it hits the next high. Planet Fitness continues to move down. PLNT, another down day. This is with the CEO. I think an abrupt departure on Friday. Here's Monday, and now here's Tuesday. But again, it is early for me, guys. I won't be taking anything unless the only time I take something from, say, the 10-day daily breakdown is if it's an all-time low also. But so far, it's not the case. The Ion Q showed up at 15.95, but yeah, I see. Look at this. I find this is a difficult intraday trader, Ion Q. Yep. But this is halted on the way down now, right? SEZL. Okay, STEM, guys. STEM is a reversal, a daily reversal. Let's see how much room it's got. Not much, unfortunately. Excuse me. So when you look at STEM and it's a daily reversal, had a down day yesterday. It's above yesterday's high now. But look at the daily chart and look at all the resistance, potential resistance around 5. So I cannot take that trade. I saw BHC come crawling across. I've got my compare count crawl on my other monitor. I did see BHC come crawling across. So it's right at the 200-day moving average, right at the VWAP and the 200-day moving average, 789, 790, call it. Okay, well, these things are not sizzling yet. So DTOC, I saw DTOC also this morning. This was another one that went crazy, almost up to $40. This was after the CCG. So people were scrambling to see, well, what other one could do something crazy? And this definitely did a crazy move. No reason, guys. If you're looking for reasons, there's no reason. I mean, no news reason. Yeah, look how choppy this DAVA has been, DAVA. This is an earnings play, got down to 45, pops right back up to almost 53. All right, big move for CNDT here now, guys. CNDT, the next high looking left is 345 and then 348. I mean, listen, I'm not saying these are going to block it, but I just don't like to take anything that's close to, when I look left, very close to the next high looking left. And even if it got through there, well, 370 would be great from 339, of course, but just mentioned the CDLX, guys, the CDLX on the way down here, 1430 is the next low looking left. RVNC. This looks like it is moving down also. Not quite a lifetime low. Wow, look at this move for RVNC. Again, didn't really see this in the pre-market. RVNC, see if there's any news on this one. Record a restructuring charge in connection with such activities of up to $7 million. Twitter's having a big push, real? I didn't think Twitter was public anymore. I know. Just want to see if you guys are awake. Well, RVNC, so this is, I can't chase it now, but boy, oh boy. The next low looking left, I can't even see it on the weekly chart. I'd have to go to a monthly. Then, morning, everybody. By the way, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Don't be shy. Huh? You can ask questions. Don't worry about interrupting me if I can't. Wow, there's the AVGR. If I can't deal with a question immediately because I'm wrapped up in doing something else, I'll let you know. But so look how whippy that was. Remember, this is the opening 15-minute candle. So this got up to something 984 and then it pulled all the way back down to 864. And then it pops up to 1046 and now back down to 1055. That's why you can, hard for me anyway, very difficult to take anything in the first 15 minutes. And I used to, but I found myself getting whipped out of positions. So yeah, so US Steel, of course, back here on this day, this was the day it all started in terms of potentially a company that's being looked at to be bought by somebody. I don't think X is putting themselves up for sale specifically, but anyway. Wow, RVNC now is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but again, it's just too it's just too far down to chase it. Not so much the percentage, but look at these giant red candles. Too extended. That's the word I was going to use. Let's see where the next low is. So we've got to go back to 2019. We start to see a low here on 1043 that month, 2019. That was September of 2019. So we're talking 4 years ago. All right, guys. Well, talk is my weekly chart. It's interesting. I don't see any news on this one either. I don't see any news with talk at all. Ah, wait a minute. Is this got anything to do with talk specifically? Don't see any mention of talk. It's showing up on my headline when I in IB, but I don't see any specific mention of talk. Okay, that's okay. So that's the space it's in. Just how do you hold on to AVGR? Well, if you look left, you can what Real is talking about. 11, well, there's 1117 anyway. I mean, the next high is 1104, but it is one whippy thing right now. Volume 13 million, only 647,000 in the float. Of course, it had the massive day yesterday in terms of volume. That was a big sell off, though. Got up to 856 and it closed down here at 607. So, I mean, that was a big sell off. Okay, guys, I've got my eye on the talk. As long as it holds over two, doesn't look good though. Just watching talk. It's actually an AI alert also from our AI. But these are two pretty big topping tails, so what do I mean by that? So here are your topping tails for talk. This is 930. This is the 945. 15-minute chart. So the buyers had it up here at one point, that first 15-minute candle up to 209. Sellers knocked it down to 201. I mean, and then buyers tried again. They got up to 210. The sellers continued to kind of sell up, well, get it down. And look at this. So when you see topping tails like that, eventually the buyers are going to give up, for a while. So that's my concern. Grumpy's favorite stock, Roblox. RBLX, guys, Roblox. So the next low looking left is 2664 on the daily chart. Yeah, right now I'm not seeing too much, guys, that are with a solid trend, And these are just cheap ones. I'm sort of shying away from these real cheap ones, guys. I mean, I just don't find that they have any follow through. I mean, obviously the odd one will, but in general, I'm just not seeing a big follow through on these cheap ones. All right, now Kaba, interesting. So it's having a bit of maybe a bit of a profit taking day. Kaba, CABA. This is the one with a $39 price target put on it by Wells Fargo. That was yesterday. Well, CDLX, yeah, well, that was the one. I mean, that just absolutely ripped down through that low, 1434. CDLX. Next low looking left is 1367. Excuse me, for CDLX. Interestingly, I'm looking at my bouncers toppers, not one in here yet. Yesterday, by this time, it was relatively full. Interesting. Well, you know what, guys? If OBIO, I was gonna say Obi-Wan Kenobi, if OBIO takes out 10, I mean, this has got some room. And yeah, I did have some news, FDA approval. We talked about this study of whatever this is, hypertension pacemaker patients, and it's a relatively low float, 22 million in the float. But look at the spread now, 993, 1006, 993, 1012. Tough spread to commit, 1002, 1036. I mean, look, if it goes up a dollar from here, that spread won't matter, but Wow, CDLX certainly seemed to be the one. Yeah, look at top now, guys, underneath too. So those topping tails certainly seem to tell the story for a while anyway. Pop up your historically banned now from this room. And I kid pop up. He's shorting my favorite store, that's all. Yeah, I mean, if what I was reading, it doesn't look good for these retailers, guys. It looks like people are going to really cut back on spending for the XRT. Let's take a look at XRT retail. I mean, this is just getting bleaker and bleaker and bleaker. Bleak House. Speaking of Dickens, fun fact. Want to know why all those Dickens novels are so long? Because in those days, you got paid by the word. There you go. I'm kidding, pop up, of course. XRT. So, boy, I mean, this is just, let me look left. I mean, I know it's an ETF, 58 underneath. Yeah, arm is weakening, guys. Arm is weakening. I think Cart better hope that doesn't go below 51. Trying to get a shorter rum. Couldn't get it where I wanted it. Rum is an all-time low now, guys. RUM, all-time low. Okay, this could be interesting. I mean, MNSO, it's underneath 25, pretty psychological number, I think. And the next low looking left is around 24.47. So there's about 50 cents there. And if it can somehow get through that, then there's even more room underneath 23.28, not quite $2, but so I'd be keeping an eye on MNSO, MNSO. I don't know if there's any specific news on MNSO. China stock, didn't know that. China stock. So retail in China. Do I have cart around? I don't think I have anything on cart yet. I don't have anything on cart yet. We will start to see, IB will start to say the suggested open, but I don't have anything yet. IPO definitely it's priced at 30, but I don't have anything that suggests where it's going to open yet. Not yet, anyway. As we get closer to probably 10:30, I'm sure I'll start to see some headlines. So anyway, guys, if you want to be insured as to when cart opens, if you have trade ideas, or if you're not using trade ideas, well, the price alerts. Just go to a chart, okay, and create a price alert. Like so, put cart in. You'll see obviously no data yet, and just put a price alert and say one. Okay, and then save it, and then when card starts to trade, it'll pop the price. Your price alerts window will pop up on your screen. So even if you're not using Trade Ideas charts, you can just bring one chart up, put the price alert in, and you close it down. If you're not using Trade Ideas charts, and then you'll know. Many times it'll show up as a resume here. I would say at least 90% of the time, an IPO will show up as a resume here. It wasn't designed that way. It's just a quirk. And the other one is you never have enough of a stock when it's going up, and you always have too much when the stock is going down. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this AVGR. I mean, it's the only thing the positive I can say about it is that it's what's the spread like? Yeah, so the spread is okay. It's only 3 cents right now, hovering just underneath 10. If I put an alert, say around 10:15 or so, if it takes out 10 in a bigger way and has a challenge, 12:06 was the high after hours yesterday. Okay, well, there it goes, guys. A little bit anyway. Oh, jeez. Okay, guys. Well, I'm definitely interested in AVGR. Long as it longer it holds 10. All right, sticking some price alerts here around 10, a little 10:20. I see a clear 10 in a big way. It hasn't quite done it yet. Yeah, the volume isn't need a lot. Well, I mean, the volume is pretty good. It's a million shares, but in relation to the previous volumes, it doesn't look that good. But it is a million shares in this candle I'm talking about. Okay, guys. Well, the spread is a little dicey, but okay, guys. Well, let's see if this thing moves. If you're in this one, do not leave your computer. Okay, well, yes. Gonna get to the 1050s. I'm just watching the AVGR now, guys. I'm in this one, the 1020 mark. Just want to, there we go. Come on, get past that 1050. All right, I've taken some off, guys. Just ahead of that 1050 mark. I tried a couple of times at 1050. You can see it, 1054, 1050, 55. And if it gets back to say 1015, I'm going to be out of everything. I'll take a small loss on what I have left, but I'm just waiting to see if it can pop through 1050 in a big way. Oh boy, did it ever. Wow. Okay, guys. Winner. Took most of this off now, guys. So quick. So cool. Wow. I'm out of everything. Now look what happened to it. Well, so I'm saying you cannot leave your computer if you get into any one of these things. Almost anything you get into, don't leave. But I mean, especially something like this with such a low float. Okay. You've got to be able to sit there and you got to have your finger. I mean, if you use hotkeys, fine. I don't use hotkeys, but your finger on the submit button because this popped right through 11. Okay, well, that was a rush. Okay, guys. What else now? I averaged about 1070 on my exit. Because it popped over 11 so quickly, but as it ran. But yeah, about 1070 on my exit. It wasn't bad. I mean, it looked. There's no way I could have got out at the high. I mean, it just popped so quickly, and it came down so quickly. So that's why I say I've got my finger on the submit button the entire time I'm in anything like this. Anyway, let's take a look at this one. DNB. DNB. What sort of room does it have? Not much. The next high looking left is 1040. If it can get through 1040, maybe 1060, but not it. Don't really want it. Okay, guys. APLT. APLT, I believe, is still pretty active here. APLT. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking APLS, I think. That was one this morning. Well, guys, this Stitch Fix SFIX is still making new highs here. I just don't see enough room for it to keep going. I mean, obviously, if it can take out 344, then you've got this four level, but I just don't have the faith that it's going to do something like that, especially when it started off pretty weak. It is an earnings play. Started off weakly this morning. I would probably be inclined to take a look at a short on this one. Yeah, talk is messy. Talk is very messy, guys. You're trying to play a bounce on Ribbon, RIVN, or you're trying to short it. It's funny. I think we've got one Ribbon in Vancouver. I keep seeing that one car or truck, whatever the its designation is. Well, guys, data is it's not very much volume. 17 times relative volume, yes. 53.43 is the next high looking left. And then if it can get through that, 54.56. So that would be about a dollar. If so, it can get through this high here, 53.38, and the next high is over a dollar away for DAVA, DAVA. This is one of the few earnings plays today. Ugh, look at AVGR now. Well, I cannot hammer the point home hard enough. You get into any one of these, especially these insanely low floats, you just cannot wander away from your computer, even for 5 seconds. Not a lot of room. REXR, ugly looking daily chart. The next low looking left is 51. So I mean, from 51.96, there's a little bit of room, I guess, but excuse me, not a lot of volume. Three times normal volume, but just not a lot of absolute volume. Oh, tons of shorts then. Tons of shorts for EQX at Interactive Brokers, 5.68 million. Question was, are there shorts available, Interactive Brokers, for EQX? Oh boy, here we go. Round maybe two. Here's CCG. Okay, so CCG. So I mean, the high of the body of that candle is around 75. If you discount the wick, the topping tail, but insanely, insanely risky. All right, you would think that maybe Alcoa AA has some support in this level. Okay, this is showing up on my bouncers toppers. Okay, you would think maybe there's some support around, this 28.20, 28.10, 28.20 level. Look at the daily chart. But again, like I say every single day when we take a look at bouncers or toppers, if you're going to play a bounce, you'd like to see the market kind of at least not doing this. Doesn't have to be going up, but at least, stabilizing somewhat. But if you continue to see red candles, pretty tough to commit to a bounce play, especially something like an Alcoa, which is probably following the market, more than like this is a well-known stock, of course. Oh, brother, guys, look what happened to OBIO. I didn't get it. Did not get it. I was just a little too slow because now look left. The next high is 1323. This will be the crazy one with some news today, I guess. I mean, it had some news. Again, whether you think the news is warrants this sort of a increase, of course it doesn't, but it doesn't matter what we think. But you've got to be careful. I mean, look at that. There are only 327,000 shots, 57 times normal. This does not trade very much when 339,000 shares represents almost 60 times normal up to this time of day. It's just difficult to size yourself in a position, in these because I mean, where are you going to put your stop? These things, I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 1165, pulls all the way back down to 11. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. Where are you going to put your stop? If you put your stop at the low of this candle, say 1029, so you were up at 11 something, so you've got about a dollar 50 stop, which could be okay because remember, if you have a dollar 50 stop, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making $3 on the stock on the trade. A one for two, risking 150. You don't want to risk 150 to make 10 cents. So when you look left, could it have gone $3? Yeah, close. There's 1323 is up here. Yeah. So CC, so there's the high of the body of that candle yesterday, around 74. All right. So as many as four bidders now, Cleveland Cliff, CLF. Now this is the one that I really would find hard to believe that they'll be successful. MT just because they're foreign. Hard to believe that your government will allow a foreign company to buy US steel. but made happen. All right. Wow. Yeah. Look at this, guys. Oh my goodness. This is going to go crazy again. So this is the halt for CCG, $71. You can't see the symbol here, but it is CCG. Ah, look at Obio. Now, interestingly, I'm flipping it. Wow. But look how this bid ask is changing. I mean, that was 85 just a second ago. Now 72.68. When did it get halted at 10:19? So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:24 plus 8 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Now, interestingly, RVNC reversed. There's a reversal for RVNC. This did not show up on my reversal scanner. The reason being probably, there'd be a filter that prevented it. No, no, I'm wrong. Sorry. I saw Riven. I thought it was the RVNC. I'd look at Ribbon about 22.30, guys. If it gets up to 22.30 and the market does, something like this, if you get, a green candle, because look how Ribbon and many stocks are probably going to look a little bit like this, two big giant red candles. And then this is green. See if Ribbon can follow. Well, let's see what, well, no, not yet. Not yet. I mean, there's your potential open still for CCG. And again, 10:24:08. So I'll keep this up. If it's going to open in 5 minutes, this will be opening in 8 seconds. Okay. If it's going to be. And right now it's above the halt price, potentially. And the answer is not going to be a 5-minute halt. Looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt now. It did not open. Yeah, so this is going to be a 10-minute halt anyway. Well, Fluor, FLR, 2-year high now, guys. 2-year high for FLR. Big construction company. Well, I'm assuming you're in this one, FinFan Forever. So I'll cheer you on. AVGR, it's flirting with that 10 level. STEM is, well, it's over 5 now. STEM. This is a reversal. But remember, I was saying about this. To me, it looks like there's just a ton of resistance right where it is. Excuse me, when you look at the daily chart. Well, thank you for that tidbit, Larry. All right, guys, let's take a look at sun. Oh, Sunoco. Okay. Okay, right now, I just kind of waiting to see what happens with this CCG. It still looks if you were able to get it. If you were able to get this, you're still looking good. Okay, is Melco going to bounce here? MLCO. I mean, you're right at this really critical level, I think, at 10. Melco looks like it could want to bounce. MLCO. I mean, look at the weekly chart. Looks like there's pretty decent support right around that 10 level for MLCO. All right, well, there's your AVGR, still hanging around 10. Okay, CCG just opened, so it opened a little bit higher. Well, I don't know about a halt now because when we see a spread of a penny, like right now, okay, almost. Look at the spread. Ooh. Whoa, now look at this. Stay away. Wow. This spread is crazy now. 71, 76. Wow, look at EBIX, guys. EBIX. I remember this week here. It was a bit of a tough intraday trader, but I just got hammered down this week. 28 down to 17, continuing down. EBIX, EBIX. Yeah, so that was a very short-lived bounce for the market, guys. Short-lived so far. I mean, 1032. This is the next 15-minute candle, red. So the 1030 candle or the 1015 15-minute candle. Yeah, it was green, but short-lived bounce. So again, bounce plays are suspect. I was looking at AA to see, and AA just did not bounce at all. EBIX is, I mean, it's continuing down, but it's so close to that whole number. Let's take a look on the monthly chart to see where the next lows are for EBIX. It's not quite a lifetime low. Looks like this could be the lifetime low down here around 850. This is back in March of 2020. Just cracked down through 11 now. EBIX. I don't know. I don't think there's no official time for when CART will be released. Not that I've seen anyway. But indicating $39 now on 728,000 shares. Okay, so if that holds, remember the IPO is at 30. So if that holds, it'll be an enthusiastic an IPO. It should be anyway. But there's no indication exactly when it's going to open. Stock is not expected to trade for a while, perhaps hours. Okay. But again, if you want to know exactly when it starts to trade, you can either have the halts resumes, which more than likely will show up as a resume, okay, or just have if you do have our charts or a way in which you can put it, your own sound alert, just create a price for cart, put an alert price at 1 and save it. And when cart starts to trade, your price alerts window will pop up on your screen. Okay. Not set in stone though, Ben. Sorry. Not set in stone that it's going to open at 39. I mean, this is why, they delay and delay and delay. I think if they can see if it can even open higher or okay, so we have an IPO that just opened and for some reason it did again, this is not 100%, not cart. It was it's the one starting with D. Surprised I'm not seeing it anywhere. I thought I had a price alert set for it. Oh, DRCK. I don't have that one. I have D. You know what? You know what? I think I probably typed it in wrong. That is the reason. Or did I? Well, I have here DTCK, but I don't have that it's opened. Okay. No, I don't think it's opened. So this could be a crazy one, guys. Just remember, only 1 million shares released, and 4 is the IPO price. So this could be a crazy one if it opens above 4 in a big way. Whereas I keep, I'm clicking on these things that are active right now, but every time I keep looking left, I just don't see enough room. So there's a QTRX and a potential short opportunity, but $25. So we're at 25.33. The next low is 25.03. So just not enough room for me. Now this has got room. BIOL has got a ton of room. 360 is the next high looking left, I believe. 320, sorry. 357 is the next high looking left. See if we can hold this two level. They did a financing. I guess this is what knocked it down. So they're announcing the closing of it, the $4.5 million financing. I'm sorry. The next high looking left is 224. So I will stick a price alert in that area. Okay, I'll put a price alert right there. And if it can crack through that today or maybe tomorrow, the next high is 360. All right, guys. Well, while we wait for maybe that DTCK to open, and of course the cart, I don't think cart is going to open anytime soon. Does anybody remember when ARM opened? I think it was around noon or a little after noon, wasn't it? 'Cause I think I was on my break. I think ARM opened when I was on my break. Yeah, it was past 12 o'clock. And initially, it was, well, I can't say it was supposed to, but they were talking about it was going to open around 10:20. So meanwhile, look at the market, guys. So again, bounce plays highly suspect right now. Okay, FinFan forever. I know you're enthusiastic about your AVGR. I'm just trying to condition other people who might be new. All right. I mean, AVGR may not go higher. Okay. I admire your enthusiasm, but the one thing I think it is doing is holding the VWAP 952. So it is holding the VWAP. No, a bookmaking scandal unfolding in Las Vegas. Okay, guys, 10:41. I'm a little bit late. Normally, I talk about my homepage and what you can find on it. around 10:30. So let's start doing that now. And again, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Speaking about bookmaking, just to deviate just a little bit, I wonder, with the Rams kicking a field goal in the last play of the game, down by 10 to make it down by 7, and the spread I think was 7.5, 7. A lot of talk about that one. Why did they do that? Didn't seem to be a football play. Anyway, I'm not saying that has anything to do with the bookmaking scandal, but if I were a bettor, I'd be pretty interested to know why that happened. Okay, just give me a moment. I accidentally typed 2. Yeah. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off. And if you did want to take out an annual, I can give you a 25%. You just have to let me know. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It will take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, down to important intro to scans, top lists, alert windows. Okay. First thing you have to do, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, we have Michael Knopf. In fact, he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. He put this one together, series of videos. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. I think it triggered yesterday. I don't know what it's doing today, but it is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. We got to have a great user guide. Here's that getting started again. So if you want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window or learn about stock racing, and here are the price alerts. Okay. There is the getting started section again. So daily support, I just mentioned Michael Na. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday. It should be Michael. I will confirm that though before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room if you want to head over and listen to Michael. And last, if you do click on my homepage and you're looking for my scans, just scroll down a bit. That middle section is my scan section. And so here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You can see the halts resumes over here. This is the momentum scan, Momo up here. Abnormal option activity is here. But you can see I do have other scans that I am sharing. So all I ask is this: if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, go to my homepage. You can either save my homepage link, and then sometime in the future, could be today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, you want to take out a subscription, click on my homepage link and use whatever promo code you see. Okay. Helps the room a lot because this room is free. You want to keep it that way. There's obviously a cost to run the room. So the more people who take out subscriptions using my promo code, the company likes to see that. I like to see it. Okay, so now if you save my homepage link, of course, then you can also look at my scans anytime you want and that big education section. Okay. So let's see what's happening. So the DCKT, so this should open higher. Okay. I mean, it's not open yet. This is an IPO today. That hasn't opened yet, but the indication is that it could open at 7. Remember the IPO, it's priced at 4. So this could open at 7. This could be you know what? I got to find out where are they from. Okay, guys, this could be a crazy one. Okay, when this opens, DTCK, only 1.1 million shares. It's priced at 4, but it's out of Singapore. Okay, so it's not US based. So this could go crazy today. Now, how do I know that? You just go to an IPO, whatever website you want to follow IPOs. This is what I use. So this is what I use. I use this. I mean, there are lots of them out there, okay, but this is what I've been using for a few years now. IPO Scoop. So you can see right there, DCTK. Okay, and if you look at the calendar, actually, it should be there too. Yeah, there it is. There's the cart. You see how many big names are behind this one: Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, etc. So that's why this is, could be a really interesting one. There's the IPO price at 30, 22 million shares. So what I like to do with these really cheap ones is see where are they out of. So I just click on this and I can see right off the bat, Singapore. Okay. So that could be really, really interesting. This one, this DTCK. And I'll just pop this in. You can have this site. This is what I use to track upcoming IPOs. Hey, one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Christine. You said you wouldn't do that anymore. Stops. Where was your stop? Well, I mean, it's holding the best thing I can say about AVGR, it's holding the VWAP. 958, 960 is the VWAP area. Well, you have to be sitting at your computer, I guess. I mean, I know what you mean. I don't know if you can have an auto stop, but you can of course get out of a trade. But anyway, I hope it works for you. All right, MGM. So real put some information about MGM casinos in general. But MGM. So look at this. I mean, it's right. I mean, a couple of days that let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 days ago is at the lows there. If it breaks down through that, wow, if it breaks down through that, guys, on the monthly chart, I better get a weekly up actually. So the next low on the weekly chart would be 37.35. So about $1.40 away. I have rarely initiated a trade after hours. Okay, there will be times. I mean, I can't remember the last time, but if I'm in something and I don't want to get rid of it when the market closes, I'll watch it after hours. And then there's Ribbon, guys. So Ribbon, nice bounce here actually, and it's not bouncing with the market. So this is kind of on its own. The only time I will initiate a trade after hours if something, and I know I did one a couple of weeks ago. I just can't remember which one it was, but something that was really wild during the day. Okay, here we go. DCTK just opened. Ugh, and it's all over the place. Remember, IPO at 4, so it just opened, and look what happened. See how it showed up on the resumed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at the high here. This is all over the place. It's still above the IPO price of 4. Just one moment, please. Pretty decent volume to start off, 682,000 shares. Pretty decent volume to start off for this DTCK. Takes out the high here. My ideal situation would be well, it looks like it wants to take out the high right now. Not yet. Okay, look at that. I mean, that's why you got to be. My ideal situation would be later on in the day, taking out the high. But this is not good so far. So just to further talk about after hours trading, the only time I really will after hours trade with something I haven't traded during the day is if I see something that is really, really strong, like one of these crazy little ones, really strong, closes right near the high of the day. I will watch it after hours and see if it starts to spike. But I rarely do that because I really don't really watch the market after 4 o'clock too often. But if I am happen to be around, if I happen to be sitting at my computer, but I don't do it very often. Okay, guys, market continues to work its way down. Yeah, it doesn't look good for Groupon, guys. No Groupon trade yesterday. GRPN. The AVGR, I mean, I mean, it is holding the VWAP. It's about the best thing we can say about it right now. I know I keep saying that, but it is holding the VWAP. Excuse me. 954 is the VWAP, so it's you can see what it's done right around that level. So cart now indicating $40. Could open at $40, which would be okay. Well, here it may go now. AVGR. Yeah. Yeah, this is not good, guys. I mean, this got halted on the way down, so this is not really good. So what this is telling me is that there's not a lot of excitement right now for this at all. So actually, this is good. I mean, I'd love to see this later on, maybe later on in the day. Take that on high, I'll probably get into it. Okay, but it's suspect that that'll happen now. Ah, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, it was. So, what was I saying? AVGR. Yeah, I mean, there's no advantage right now of taking it. You don't know which way it's going to go. It's in kind of a consolidation mode, as Real would say. So there's really no advantage. It's holding the VWAP. That's about again the best thing you can say. 955 is the VWAP. I'd have to wait for a big 10 break and probably get a big volume boost too. I mean the volume is still excellent, but want to see some more buying enthusiasm. You know what? I'm disappointed in this one. I was hoping it would hold around 6. And then later on, I mean, this doesn't look good at all. Big sell off here now. Talking about the DCCK. Okay, FinFed, I'm going to have to delete that comment, okay? You don't know what's going higher. I mean, you could be entirely right, okay? But we just can't say things like it is going higher, it is going lower, okay? Hope you understand. You got too many new people, watching and okay, let's take a look at plant now. Plant PLNT underneath the whole number and just drifting down, had a little pop up to 47, but now back down to 46. And again, CEO, I think it was an abrupt resignation or dismissal on Thursday. Sorry, on Friday. Okay, now the next low looking left on this plant, I think look at a monthly chart. 45.87 on a monthly chart. That's back in May of 2020. It takes that out, and then you've got down here 36.41 on a monthly chart. Wow, so it's got a ton of room if it can take out this 45.90 on a monthly chart. Or there's nobody wants this one right now. PLNT in terms of a bounce at all. Little one here that probably corresponded to the market 10.15. Yep, look at that. I mean, it corresponded exactly to what the market did. That little green candle here is the same as the green candle here. So this is really been following the market, except this now we've got a little glimpse of or little sliver of green here. The five, nothing here. Yeah, only a million were issued for DTCK. Only a million were issued. So yeah, very low float. So you look at a firm here, you would think maybe this is a bounce area. Okay, 23 30-ish, 23.35. We're at 23.50 now. You look at the daily chart, you would think maybe this could hold it if the market bounces at all. And this is AFRM. Although Real uses the 8 EMA, not the 9. I can't speak for anybody else. Well, all-time low now for this one, ADPT, ADP, sorry, ADPT, all-time low. Give me a moment, guys. Just following internal discussion. Okay, guys, sorry. Again, market is just continuing to move down. Oh, I mean it. If the market was in any sort of a green candle, I mean, this looks like a good bounce play, AFRM. Just looking at this daily chart, looks like that could be a decent support area. I don't think there's any specific reason for this to be down other than the fact that the market's down. In other words, I don't think they have any news. Yeah, I tried to get some rum. That sounds funny. Did try to get some rum earlier. I was trying to get it around 568. That's where I've got it in here. I just couldn't get it. Lots of shares available. That's not well, actually, there are not that many now, only 29,000. But I could not get it where I wanted to. You asked about rum last week, didn't you, Calvin? On an email. All right, guys, I want to confirm it'll be Michael. Little, what's TUP doing? TUP? Let's see if it's making any sort of crazy move. Not really. I mean, sort of, but not really. The next high is 198. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing too much that I want to get involved in, really. The AFRM. Now, if this doesn't hold, it maybe turns into a short. The same sort of thing. I mean, LAC, you would think maybe 19 can hold it. There's some, support right around this area. It's popped a little bit. But again, guys, I'm just finding it difficult to commit to any sort of a bounce right now. Market doesn't have to be going higher so much. It just has to stop going down. All right, doesn't look good now for AVGR. It looks like it is breaching that VWAP 955. Yeah, so that's not a good look right now. Taking out the VWAP for a while anyway. Well, that's why I deleted it. That's why I deleted that comment, Shady. Well, look what happened. That did not hold AFRM so far. So again, guys, yeah, it's just tough to commit to a bounce. So this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average. This is the PHAT, and it's coming right into that 200-day moving average, 1131. So that prevents me from taking that short. $41 now for cart, indicating. Okay, just got a confirmation. It will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes, 40 minutes or so. I'm going to take my break. So if you've got questions about Market Explorer, you click on New, Market Explorer, and then this window will pop up. Right click and you'll see all the different strategies that are here. I didn't even know we had this one. Go, no go, ready to go. So you can ask him questions. He's the originator of all of these. Most of them are free. The AVW, the AV WAP is not. This is a subscription. I don't know what the go no go is. I'm not even sure it's available for you guys. I'm in a development version, so let me see if it even. Ugh, I don't think it's. Yeah, it's probably not available yet. Yeah, I don't think this is available yet. I think it's just because it's in development. I happen to see it. Do you really? Well, it's not worth anything. Is it? It must be still in development. I don't know why it would be appearing there then. You know what? You can ask them. Somebody can ask him. You want to ask, why is this go no go here? Because I mean, why would somebody? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, must have been a little glitch. I have no idea what it's supposed. Yeah, what's going on here? Oh, I see what's happening. He's using. I see. He's using this sort of not candlesticks. So I don't know how to interpret this. You can ask him though. You know, he'll be in the YouTube room in about 40 minutes if you're interested. Now that's kind of screwed up my charting now. Okay. So it looks like I have to go to. So, okay, back to normal. What about Groupon? Groupon triggered yesterday, but obviously not. You have a stop. I don't know if you hit the stop. It triggered what 13 or something? Wasn't that the trigger 13? I did get above it yesterday briefly. Got up to what 1323. This morning I got up to 1320. The market is tough market to try to pick a stock. But again, in the email you get, there will be a stop. I have no idea if it hit it. Wow, NIO just continued down here, guys. So this says on a weekly chart, this has some room. 840 is the next low looking left on the weekly. Was that a hard stop, Blaine? It wasn't a moving average stop. Look at CCG, guys. I mean, was that so? That was a hard stop, or was that a moving average stop? Usually he talks about a moving average. Oh, so literally $11 was the stop. Okay, that's a pretty wide stop. He's looking down here, $11 or so. Okay, maybe a $2 stop. That means you have to have a reasonable expectation of making $4. So if you get in at 13, could it go to 17? I don't know. I hate bringing this one up. Look at the spread, 69.74. Well, I mean, that's the way I trade. I can't speak for Steve, okay? I cannot speak for Steve when he came up with that. I didn't, I don't really read the email. I just see what the price is, the suggested price. It's, to be honest, it would be nothing I would do because I would not put a $2 stop on that, thinking that I could make four on it. I would have to get it to 17. When I look left, I would not see enough room, but he has a different interpretation completely. So, and that's fine. Well, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now moving of the thumbnail charts that I've got. $41.50 now for cart. 41.50. And yeah, this is for almost for sure now going to open when I'm on my break. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys. Well, again, I'm not, broken record. I'm not seeing too much. And one of the things I learned a long time ago, it took me a while though. Don't take a trade out of boredom. Don't take a trade because man, I got to do something. No, you don't. Is you wait for your setup. Excuse me. Don't try to manufacture your setup. If it's not there, just don't take the trade. Have to have some patience. I mean, all I've done today, I got lucky enough on that AVGR early. That's it. So really, guys, this is what I'm kind of looking at now. This is not on my homepage yet, and I'm just looking at anything in blue is a potential bounce, okay? And you can see why there's hardly any potential. Anything in orange is a potential short, but or a top. And I keep looking at these things, and I keep looking at the market, and either waiting for the market to at least not keep going down, or maybe get 30 minutes of something that moves high. In which case, some of these ones will move. These ones in blue will move. But right now, I'm just not seeing it. So I'm not going to guess that, BK is going to have a bounce now. The Affirm talked about. I'm not going to guess that Affirm is going to have a bounce. Yeah, for me, the SFIX was interesting. I just had to take too many shares in order to make. Well, it depends. I mean, if you got down here, fine, 290 to 330. All right, so this is trying to come back a little bit here, the DTCK. I have an alert set at the high of the day. If it takes out the high of the day, in the afternoon sometime, I almost for sure will take the trade. And that's not a recommendation that you should do the same thing, but I almost for sure. That's what I'd be looking at, a high of the day break towards the end of the day. Ooh, well, and FinFan Forever. Hope you didn't get hurt on this one, AVGR. I know you were wild about it, but doesn't look good now. It's a big break now through that VWAP. Zava has been pretty interesting. I haven't taken this one, but I mean, if it gets through this high right there, 55.31, then it's got a shot to the 55, 56 level, and then next to the 59 level. This is one of the very few earnings plays today, guys. That is DAVA, DAVA, out of the UK. Is AI mania over? I haven't seen AI for a while, so let's take a look at AI, the stock, see what it's doing. I mean, the AI mania, certainly. I mean, this is when it peaked. This is back in June. Since then, it's had a couple of little peaks here, but yeah, I think the mania for all these ones that were just associated with anything to do with I think that is certainly doesn't mean it won't happen again, but right now there's no interest. Showed up somewhere because I know I talked about it. Let's see, done real. I did not see that, Calvin, regarding rum. Okay, well, so obviously what happened is there was a lot of selling. A lot of selling with the lockup expiry over. All right, let's take a look at this APLT. It showed up on my the 10-day daily breakout. The price was 247, pulled back down to 231. So it's just a little bit above the price. And I guess I'm going to have to look at a monthly chart to see where the next highs are for APLT. Hard to see. I'll have to go over to a weekly chart and scroll back a bit. Okay, so we're at 253. The high right there is 248. The next high is 273. So there's a little bit of room. 273 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for APLT. Not a low float, 43 million. So it's a great move, 27% with that float. It's not a high float, but it's certainly not low, low. But I can't get behind it. I'm sorry. I just these cheap ones, I just don't have enough confidence that they're going to keep rolling. Ooh, yeah, XPAV. So XPAV, the next low looking left for XPAV is 1718. Underneath that is 1635. So these China EVs, and when I looked at KWEB just before the market opened, it was basically flat. Yeah, I mean, so KWEB, yeah, right? Yeah. So I mean, it's not like the overall China market is in the tank. Okay. So LI, which I think is considered the best one of them, of these EV makers, I think, but it's moving down more than the China market. And then of course NIO, with a way bigger percentage move down. And then the XPAV, I'll be in the middle. Yeah, so it's in the middle. So Lie is down, and then XPAV, and then NIO is down a lot. 4170 now, Instacart. And it's almost for sure going to open when I'm on my break. So what I'll be doing is I'll put a giant chart on one of my monitors for a cart. I'll be doing my workout right in front of my monitors, and if it opens, at least I'll be able to see it and check to see how it's trading. But right now, 4150, that's a nice big percentage up from the 30 IPO price. when ARM opened, remember ARM's IPO was 51, and I think it opened at 56. Okay, so if this IPO is at 30 and it opens at 41, that's a big percentage difference. Doesn't mean it's going to hold it, of course. I discounted SFIX right from the very beginning, and I guess I shouldn't have. Okay, guys. Well, listen, we're getting maybe a bit of a bounce in the in some of this stuff. Okay, we had it settled down a little bit. At least it didn't move down. Maybe if this bar can continue to be green and maybe build on a bit of bounce momentum, I'm going to stick a price alert at 441 on the SPY. This is right up in this area here. And you can see a little bit of a bounce for BK. Nothing huge. All right, guys, 11:40. So in about 20 minutes, Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just not seeing anything that is really attracting my attention. My number one focus really is to see if this DTCK can take out the high later on. And that'll be up over $6 just because of the structure, only 1 million shares. Plus, it's out of Singapore. So, those sort of IPOs can go kind of wild. Ah, look at this. Very short lived. That was a very short lived bounce, guys. Not really a bounce at all. I was hoping that red candle, the 11:30 candle, would proceed to be green, 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 give us a little bit of a lift. Looking for any sort of a bounce play, but doesn't look good. Oh, I won't forget cart. I won't forget it. As I said, I'll have a giant chart on one of the monitors you can't see, and I'll put it up. I'll put the cart chart up. Well, that'll be bye-bye for me. For Twitter? Really? I can't call it X. Nonsense. Can't. I suppose it depends how low a payment it is, a buck a month? Okay. Okay, guys. Yeah, sorry. I mean, look at this. I mean, we did not have any bounce at all. I should be looking at some of these bouncers toppers and the ones that, we think might bounce, just short them. Just keep shorting them. Not for me, Trevor. I mean, you've got the large block. I don't look at that at all. But I mean, you have the block trades or the imbalance, I guess. I don't, I've never used it though. Trevor is asking us large block activity, huge at the close. Any strategies built around what happens at the close? Not that I don't think any of the traders have anything like that. I think most of us do not trade in the after hours. Okay, but we have imbalances, but that's just New York City, New York Stock Exchange buy imbalances. That'll be right at the end. So I don't have anything, Trevor. You can. Well, Michael will be there in about 14 minutes. Maybe I don't think he does anything in the after hours, but you can ask him. It's possible. Whoa, good for you. Who did that? Good for you on Gramps, the DTCK. Well, this is moving now. It's actually having a nice move. Ah, shoot! I was just going to take it. I was going to take it, and it just got halted. Good for you guys. Took it early, but because look at this. Shoot! I was going to take it around 550 right here, and it popped up, and I was even considering now, but it got halted, and now look at the potential open, 624. Well, And so that would be near the high. I mean, it got it at 624. The high of the day is 635. So, well, I hope it's only a 5 minute halt because I would like to maybe do something on this one. Whew, all right, guys. Just want to see if this opens before I take my break. DTCK, so 11:53 plus 11 seconds. So still a little over 2 minutes. Hmm. Yeah, this is just not a. Here's another one just moving down, guys. It looks like it's coming into some support. I INVH. INVH looks like it could be coming into a support area, but I keep saying that, but there's keep blowing through the support areas, but these are not holding. And I keep waiting to see if this market's going to have any sort of a bounce. I'm just looking at, again, it's just coming from here. Okay, this bouncers toppers. Okay, so 11:53 plus 11 seconds. So about a half a minute from now, if this is going to be a 5 minute halt. Ooh, good for you guys who took this. Look at this, 6:30, 6:30. So far. If you took this one, you were in way earlier than 583, and you got to hope that it's only a 5 minute halt. You don't want to see this drifting down. So 11 seconds. So seven, five. I can do better than that. Three, two, one. Open. Open. Not listening to me. So this is going to be a 10 minute halt. Well, just have to hope that over the next 5 minutes, this does not start to drift down lower than that 583. But it looks good. It looks good. That's what I'm saying, guys. These China, Singapore, these IPOs, they can be very exciting. Would you buy right at the very high, Chris? You must have because I mean, it should open higher, so I mean, the high right there is 635. I mean, unless you bought it right up here, but you're still looking maybe okay because okay, well, you might get lucky. I mean, 644 is a projected open, but I mean, this thing could go crazy. I almost feel like delaying my yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll delay it. I'm very firmly believe it's not lunch, it's a workout. I don't really eat. It's just a workout, and I'm pretty fanatical about it. Sitting for 4 hours straight, gotta get up. Meanwhile, CCG, no bueno now. So this just resumed on the way down, but all eyes on DTCK. Okay, if this is a 10-minute halt, a little less than 2 minutes for this to open, I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. I see this one got halted also, CNF. I don't know what this is all about. CNF got halted on the way up. There's another China stock, guys. But let's get back to the DTCK. Now, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open in about five, four, three, two, one. Look at, oh, you guys are going to be so happy if it opens. There you go. Wow. Okay. Good for you guys. This is going to get halted, I think. Yes. Yes. I actually got some just before. Well, I got some around 690. And boy, I was watching this. So I got out just some. I'm still in this one. So I got out just a little bit before but you could tell it was all. I was actually surprised I got out because it was sitting at 714, 715. And a lot of times when you see that, you cannot get out of the trade because it's already halted, even though it hasn't been officially. Anyway, bottom line is, so I've taken some off, and we'll see what happens. Oof. So I will definitely. I don't care about card anymore. I'll be having this as my giant screen. So Michael Noss, where the heck are you? Just okay. Give me a moment. I got to shut down my music. Let me put the announcement in. On a break.
Barry. Oh, Barry. Hold on, Barry. I can't hear you. Interesting. Okay, if you can hear me, I'm just gonna take over now. I don't know why I can't hear you. But as long as everyone can hear me, I guess it'll be good.
Minute.
Oh, there you are. I can hear you now. Maybe. Oh, I heard you for a second.
Just for a second. Interesting.
Oh, you're back now.
Okay. Give me a moment. I got this guy talking in my ear. Okay, there we go. So
This
I am.
guy.
I'm in this DTCK. To halt it again. Good old garbage play, Michael. I told you guys about it. Singapore, 1 million shares issued for IPO price.
This stuff's
What are
getting
you gonna? You
wild.
got to do something like that, Michael, every now and then.
If I see something, I'll take a shot, like really small.
Mhm.
I know my bread and butter will always come from the swing trades, but you know, a small
Mhm.
bit of my account I'll play around with if I have the buying power. Which right now I've got a lot of buying power because a lot of my swings have stopped out with the market breaking down. So
Right.
if I see something, I'll take it. But I don't know. I have programmed
I
myself for
know.
so long
I
to be
know.
anti-chasing.
Okay. Okay, Michael. I'll put myself on mute now in the main room. I guess I didn't do that. So,
Cool.
okay, I'll let you go and I'll be back in about an hour.
All right. Talk to you then.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now that the boss is away, uh, we are opening the room for an hour to live Q&A. So I'll be here for the next hour to answering any questions you have about trade ideas. Usually we end up talking trading, doing all that kind of stuff. So feel free to ask away. Now, in the meantime, I really haven't had too much time to look at the market. I'm presenting at a presentation for the Chartered Market Technicians Association in Vegas this weekend. So I've been kind of spending my time trying to finally finish that presentation, which I should have done a long time ago, but it is what it is, right? So let me get everything set up here. Good to go. All right, we're good here. Cool. So one thing I wanted to talk about, a new scan that we have built into the Market Explorer, in which you can play with to your heart's content here. And it is under, if you right click on a Market Explorer window and you go down to moving average, we're moving average. You see we have 4 new ones down here. So we have bounce to a falling 200, a pullback to a rising 200, and then the same on a weekly chart. And I have the pullback to the rising 200 right here. And these kind of scans, they're great for people who love the 200 period moving average. You can definitely take trades off of that just based off of that. What we're trying to do with the Market Explorer more and more as we get more and more feedback from our lovely clients is trying to figure out what we can do very directly for people who have no idea what they're doing. Like the people who are like, oh, I want you to look at this stock and that stock because I don't really have a plan. So I'm just kind of taking stocks as they come, right? We know full well that that's really, really bad, right? Trading is not about predicting what's going to happen next in any given name. That's not what people care about. People who've been trading for any length of time, and it's not the way to riches. What matters is having a system, right? Having a style, having something that you do that you can repeat, and you can repeat forever. Because hopefully, your plan is to trade for an incredibly long period of time, right? For me, I know I will be trading, if only on monthly charts, as I become an old boomer man, but I will be trading for years and years to come. So these type of things are kind of setups that you can build in and of themselves. So these are obviously based off of, let me get my Epic pen out here. These are built off of the 200 period moving average, which is a very common one. There's no magic in any moving average in particular, right? There's no, oh, if I just buy the cross of these two things, I'll make a bunch of money. But the 200 period moving average is definitely one that is utilized with a lot of algos out there, a lot of hedge funds, a lot of things like that. Will own things above a moving average and be short things below the 200 moving average. The reason that it's 200 as opposed to anything else, again, there's no magic to these. It's more to do with the fact that it was the 200 period is the most popular solely and for no other reason than the fact that it was easy to calculate back in the day. So there's 252 trading days in a year. To make it simple, this is why a lot of people you'll see, I know Steve Gomez is a big fan, will use the 10 period moving average. It's the same reason. Instead of back in the day when you had to kind of calculate all of your positions and everything by hand, instead of trying to actually calculate all this stuff by hand and trying to like make really, really complex calculations, a lot of the time what people will do is they'll just say, okay, well, we're just going to say instead of a 252 period moving average, which is really, really complicated, or maybe a 14 period moving average, which would represent 2 weeks of data. Let's just make it a 10, right? Because if you're doing this across, with a pen and a piece of paper across thousands and thousands of different securities, you could see how it could definitely get insanely tedious the more complex the numbers are, right? 200 is a real easy math equation to do. So anyway, it's a little history lesson for you guys. That's why 200 moving average is so important. Basically represents a year worth of prices. Now, I did a big study. Let me see if I can find it here on my Substack. Slope. I need to find a way. If someone knows how to do Substack, I need to find a way to like sort stuff better. And let's go through here just so that I do a Substack every night. to highlight my good ones. So I won't read this to you. If you're interested, you can go. I'll just paste it in here. If you're interested, you can check it out here. You can sign up for my Substack if you really want. But basically, what I did is I took. Go away. I basically took a strategy where you were buying like a MACD crossover for something simple. And the first one I took, I basically said, hey, I want it to be you're just taking the trade if it's above a moving average or below a moving average. Right. And this was the return from that initial one. You can see beats the market ever so slightly, but it's kind of really choppy. And then I said, okay, well, what if we take that and we change it? And instead of being above or below a moving average, we looked at the moving average slope. So in this case, it's the same, the actual trading strategy doesn't really matter. It's the slope of it that I'm pointing out. And you can see the same, let me put both those on the same page. You can see the difference in performance from this strategy right here. That's a way big one that returned a 90% over 2 years with a 41% max drawdown, which is a pretty substantial drawdown. Now, this one right here does 179, so nearly double the performance, and a 29% drawdown, which would be a way easier drawdown to stomach. And again, you can just look at the equity curves for the difference. So this kind of proves mathematically that it's not so much the location to price in a moving average, which is how a lot of people use them. What matters more is the slope of those moving averages. Are they sloping higher or sloping lower? So that's kind of the premise behind that. And then what this scan does is it basically looks for stocks that are near an upward sloping moving average and has them sorted by their position and range. So higher up, you're going to have stocks that are in a lot bigger trends. You can see here on my picture-in-picture chart, this is a monthly chart, right? This LSCC has been an amazing trend. And then coming back to their 200 period moving average. So the idea is if you're someone who's like, I don't have any idea, I want to start, trading, I want to start trying to figure out what to do, and I don't really have any idea to do it. Well, we obviously can't tell you how to trade. We have things like TI Strength and the AI and stuff like that to help you. This is another one of those as well, where you could make a pretty simple trading strategy around this. For example, you could just say, hey, I'm going to bid near a 200 period moving average, or I'm going to wait for strength after a pullback to a 200 period moving average, and I'm going to buy them. And if they are, right, if I see strength at the 200 period moving average, I'm going to look to go long. And then if we get a significant close under the 200 period moving average, that's where I'm going to get out. So this BLMN, right, comes down to the 200 moving average right here. If you had a plan to get long anywhere in that area, you got a wicked run out of it. And then again right here, and then again right here. And now it's coming back there as well. So just a very simple, again, make it your own. Don't just copy someone's trading strategy. Again, those people are kind of doomed to failure. But again, you can just say, okay, well, this Skechers, whatever shoe company, right? Last time we broke through the 200 period moving average here. We did very well. We're back there right now. We're kind of chopping around that area. So a simple plan that I would come up with for this particular one is if we can get above this big candle right here. So around there, that would be a decent place for an entry, a stop loss probably right there. Then your question is, could I make 2 to 3 times my risk if that thing keeps going? So the beauty of both being, or the fact that this is focusing on the slope of a moving average as opposed to just the location of the moving average, is a simple way to define a trend for people who just haven't trained their eye yet to see uptrend versus downtrend, is by using this slope. And I've showed you in the article there kind of mathematical evidence that that slope of that 200-day moving average matters for when you're applying long strategies. And then we have the reverse for shorts, right? We can go in, we can take a look at moving average stocks that are bouncing to a falling 200-day moving average. And you can go through these and you can see which of them you end up liking. Again, they're sorted by that kind of position and range, but Smile Direct Club is a little bit cheap. So is Solo. CMPS, Compass Pharmaceuticals, right? You can see how this one sloping 200 period moving average, looking for shorts near that 200 period moving average. That's downward sloping, seems to be the move. Maybe this thing's kind of shooting lower. This Clover, man, this is one of these DSPAC nightmares. And then the same kind of thing, right? Even though it's above there now, again, it's the slope that we're looking for. Say, hey, as long as we're below this, we want to be short. If the moving average ever kind of turns around, maybe even after a couple days here, starts to flatten out and push higher, then maybe that's when we look for longs. So that's the idea behind that. I'm going to make a video today or tomorrow about just kind of hammering that point down, because these really, really help. These really help a systematic trader to kind of say, okay, I understand what I'm looking at when I'm looking at these things. Like this AM, what a great place to buy a dip. If you got a dip anywhere around $10 here, and your stop would be around that area, a great dip to buy. You'd probably already be at a break-even stop, and if this thing starts moving, you could probably get that 2 times your risk, which is all we're looking for, right? Give me 3 times my risk on any given trade for any length of time, and I'm a happy camper, because that's something I can just spam out. Just go for 1 to 3s, understand that win rate, risk reward, all that kind of stuff. I only need to be right 30% of the time with a 1 to 3 risk reward to really start making money in the long run, which again, that's all we're after. Is there a trading plan that focuses on what to occur during significant large transactions as the market's about to close? I don't know. That's the job of the trader. The job of the trader is not to find a trading plan. The job of a trader is to create and to trade the trading plan. And that is the only job of a trader, which is the beauty of it, right? Our jobs become really, really simple when you kind of think of it like that. It's not to predict what's going to happen to this stock or that stock. Nobody makes money doing that in the long run. There's not a trader in the world who says, well, my trading plan is to just try to look at a stock and figure out what it's going to do next. Right? There's no successful traders out there that do that, right? What they do is they have, this is what I look for in a trade, and I'm going to wait for that to occur, and then I'm going to take a trade based off of what I have in the setup, right? So for Barry, right, he likes these low float guys that spike. He likes to get involved in them as they're spiking and then sell out on the way up. That's a basic trading plan that he does. Now, the nuance for him will be a lot done by eye, but for a new trader, should be done written down. Should be like, what defines a low float to you be different for everybody. What defines running for you will be different for everybody, all that kind of stuff, right? So same with what to do when the market's about to the market's about to close. Same thing. It depends, right? Have some ideas, test them. If they work, great. You can make a trading strategy. The thing to always keep in mind with trading is that you need to understand that if something becomes the thing that can make everybody money, it will no longer make anyone money. So a perfect example came from today. I was stuck in traffic, right? I was driving out into our city. I got stuck in traffic as well. When I'm trying to think about getting around traffic, it ends up being kind of similar to the market, right? If I understand that I take if I take a left here because I think that's going to get me around the traffic, and I actually did this twice trying to get around traffic. As soon as I do that, there's traffic at this alternate route that I know about it. Because if I know about the alternate route, so does everybody else. And then they start to try to take these alternate routes to avoid traffic. And by so many people taking the alternate routes to avoid traffic, they create traffic there. And it's the same thing with trading. If there was just something that was taught to us as CMTs, you say, you do this, you do this, you do this, and then you make money. Well, as soon as that's out there, then as soon as enough people are doing it, then the edge gets pushed away. That's the nature of the market. That's the game that you're playing when you kind of put on your boots and decide to trade this market. There is no other option than to creating your own system and then trading that system, because right, your comment, I see the market different than you. Well, then that's even worse, right? You have to be able to see the market your own way and to trade your own way, because again, as that traffic flows, maybe all of a sudden the strategy you come up with becomes the strategy du jour that will end up diluting that system until the fact that it won't work. And a very common way to think about it. So if we look at like BlackBerry, right? Poor BlackBerry was a jewel of Canada for a long period of time, and now it's not. BlackBerry is traded on the Canadian exchanges and the US exchanges, right? So back in the day, what would happen is, because it's traded on both exchanges, there may be times where the price is aligned, right? You would expect BlackBerry on the US exchange and BlackBerry on the Canadian exchange to be trading at exactly the same price. If you take currency, right, you convert the currency from Canadian dollars to US dollar, they should be trading exactly the same, because it's the same company, same valuation, same everything. So what existed back in the day was when these two prices would become misaligned, maybe on the US exchange, the price would go down. On the Canadian exchange, the price would go up. That would create what's called an arbitrage opportunity. You could buy the exchange that it was down on. You could short the exchange that it was up on. And then eventually they would come back in line and you would make money. And this was something that was really, really commonly done. It's still commonly done. But what happened was individual and retail traders used to be able to take advantage of this. Then as institutions and computerized systems came into the game, maybe for me to have something like this work, I need BlackBerry to be out of line by like 2 or 3%, because that's how much it costs for me to put on the trade, plus make a little bit to make it a profitable trade, and so on and so forth. Well, what happens is a hedge fund or a large institution comes along, and with better computer power and cheaper fees and all this stuff, they're willing to do it for 1% instead of 2%, the spread. And then someone else comes along and says, you know what, I'll do it for 0.5%, and so on and so forth, until now, if they're liquid, there is no gain, right? Yeah, and someone's saying crypto did this as well. It just did it way faster. It didn't take years for these things to come along. It took months. And that's just the same with any trading strategy. They just get arbitraged away, which is why two things we know exist in trading. A, there is no perfect system. Just doesn't happen, right? Doesn't exist. If you think it does, right, put your money, you can make like 6 or 7% on your money now, having it safe somewhere. Do that and kind of walk away, right? Because if there was a perfect system, then all of a sudden everyone would figure out that perfect system, they'd funnel into it. And then the other thing is, there's not even like a system that you can say, hey, when this happens, do this. When these moving averages cross, do this. When you see an order of this size, then place that trade. Those things can't exist, because as soon as they did, they would get arbitraged out of the market, right? So again, you got to think about it like this, and you have to understand that the only way to trade successfully for any long period of time, not one of the ways, the only way, is to come up with a system that makes sense to you, something that you can then focus on and refine, that has good risk management, so you make way more than you're right, than you lose when you're wrong, and then to become the expert in that system, right? So this 200-day moving average thing that I was talking about, if that makes a lot of sense to you, that, hey, the 200 moving average is a big deal, so I want to trade around it, then that would be something that you could kind of entirely focus on. But you have to have that focus of saying, okay, now that I have this premise of I'm going to buy stocks that are close to a rising 200-day moving average, then like everything, the devil's in the details, right? What is a buy trigger for you? Where's your stop loss going to be? How much of your account are you going to risk on any given trade? What are you going to go for as a target? Or are you going to do some sort of trailing system? All of these little like devil in the detail things will take a trade, a setup that could be or could not be profitable, and then kind of really refine that down, right? So if that makes sense, there just is there is nobody who you can say, what do you think of this stock? And they know better than you. Just it doesn't happen. And then there is no, this is the way that you trade and you make a bunch of money. And I know it's depressing for me to come and rant that kind of stuff at you, right? Because everyone's looking for the answer. But as soon as you kind of figure out that it's not, and that's why a product like Trade Ideas exists, where you can scan for, what's moving at the time and all of these different setups you can scan for. Because the idea is you grab one that makes sense for you and your time frame and the amount of time you have commit to trading and all this kind of stuff. And then you become the master of that system. Okay? And then everything follows that, as opposed to trying to figure out all these kind of trying to make it too complicated. Now, the upside of that is that when you internalize this, that there is no perfect system and that I have to figure out something for myself, trading actually, for me, when I figured all this out, became way easier, because all of a sudden I understand that most of the trades I will take in my life will be losers. And as soon as I do that, it becomes way easier to take losers. And knowing that in the long run, my system is incredibly simple. So this question that I have up, I don't use a lot of indicators, really don't use any. 200-day moving average kind of makes sense to me. It's like just for slope, right? If you want something to quantify trend. But my trading is very, very simple. I understand that asset prices trend and volatility mean reverts. And those are the two known things that are kind of academically proven in the market. So I simply look for a trend, and then I look for some sort of pullback or consolidation in a trend. And then, I define a nice strong trend, and then I'm either looking for pullbacks, which would kind of be like this 200-day moving average strategy, or consolidations in the trend. And I look to get involved in those names. And that's it, right? So what was one that I was watching from this one? It was Mara. So last time I talked to you guys about Mara, I had actually taken a long trade live in real time in Mara right here. And you can see that was an amazing trade. I wish I could say I got it all up there, but I did get my last piece in this area. So it was great. I made like 80, or I think I made total is like a 50% return on this trade. And then it's back on this one because you can see the moving average is sloping up and we've pulled back into that. So my idea is this thing is uptrending either by my own eye or by an upward sloping moving average, however you want to define it. And then I see some kind of consolidation around 10. And 10 is important because of that was the area that it broke out here that caused that massive move. It's also an anchored VWAP from all-time lows. If we draw that in right there. All right, so that's at $10 as well. And we've had this massive pullback into this $10. So my idea here is simple. I want to get involved in this trend if it's going to move higher. So if we can get a push over $10 and it holds there for any length of time, I'll be buying that. I'll put a stop loss right under this low, and I will hopefully, if I'm lucky and we get up here, that's fantastic, but I'll be risking about 50 cents ish, maybe $1 on the trade. So I'll say, okay, is it feasible that I can get $3, maybe $4? And that would be kind of right in this area. Yeah. So, okay, that'll be a trade. That's it. Other than that, I don't have to think anymore. That's the beauty of when you develop a system is you're not, there's Mara. I was trying to figure out, it's right there on the scan. I was trying to figure out back in the day, I remember kind of being so exhausted when I was done trading, because I'm looking at every chart, I'm trying to figure out what's gonna happen next and blah blah blah, just banging my head at the wall. But now it's just, you know, it's I have scans that look for trends and either pullbacks in trends or consolidations in trends. I look for those. I look for a good consolidation, something that has a strong trend. High short float's a bonus. Doesn't need to be there, but it's a bonus. And that's it. I look to participate in those trends, knowing that most of my trades, right, 50% plus, are going to be losers. But, you know, if I can get, you know, that, and then that's my risk in Mara, and then this is my potential reward in Mara. Again, with a 3-to-1 risk reward, you only have to be right 30% of the time, and you make money. So it makes things a lot easier than trying to figure out. Golf isn't a game of perfect is a good thing for sure. What chart I look at to determine 3 times return? I'm a day trader. You just take whatever your risk is and you multiply it by 3. Away you go. Right? Because we're not saying 3 times your money. That you'd have to be trading penny stocks. We're saying you first take what your risk is, and then you multiply that by 3, and then you go from there. And if you don't know what your risk is on a trade, don't be trading. Just don't do it. Right? That's the tenets of a trading plan, are knowing what you're risking with a trading plan, right? So I am short actually Bitcoin. But I do like the look of this Mara trade. And so this is going to react to Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin starts falling, then, you know, it's no trade. And the beauty of this kind of pullback to the 200-day moving average too, I guess, is it negates the trades for me, right? You can see we have 3 bottoming tails now at the 200 on Mara. So if we lose this and, you know, say Mara closes like down here today, I just remove it from my list and I move on with my life, right? I have all my price alerts set right here. So these are the names that I'm watching, and these are the prices that I'm watching them at. We can go through these if you want. I can give you my reason for each one. But if I click on, I go through all these each and every day on the close, which is where I make most of my trades. And if there's something that's just way out of pocket for where I wanted to trade it at, I'll just delete it from the list. I'll just move on with my life. Again, you got to remember the beauty of it. Everyone here is here because you're a fan of trade ideas. So make sure you're utilizing our strength, which is the fact that who cares what XYZ, like who cares what NVIDIA is doing right now or Tesla is doing right now? It's not the way we trade. What we trade is we find a setup we like, and then we use trade ideas to scan for and define that setup for us. I don't even know what NVIDIA is doing. I haven't even looked at it in a few days because it hasn't showed up on anything that's super interesting to me. Right now, maybe it will show up on my VWAP retracement scan soon. Or maybe it's there right now for all we know. Right, where you have the gap. I draw the anchored VWAP from right before the gap. You can see it came into play there and made a nice move. It came into play here and made a nice move. And now it's coming into play here. So maybe we'll take a look at it. So that's another scan that we have. So if you don't have access to the anchored VWAP product, this is another one if you're a pullback trader like me that you can take a look at. And we have anchored VWAP. And then I have from a couple of them. All these I like, but from the large gap, I think is a great one where you can go through and this is just all of the stocks that are pulling back to an anchored VWAP from a significant gap. It's generally earnings. The gap that's occurred, it doesn't always have to be earnings, right? It could be product releases or something to that effect. But what it's doing, zoom in, Tesla's a perfect example right here, is it's just drawing the anchored VWAP in for you. I didn't draw this in, right? The system did. And it's just looking at a significant gap, at the largest gap, I believe in 6 months it's looking for. And then it's looking for stocks that are pulling back into that anchored VWAP. So if that holds, then you get another good risk reward play. This is the benefit of, for me, this is the benefit of playing pullbacks. Is I know I'm trading in the direction of a trend, and that's amazing, right? That's what you want, right? So this gap right here on Frog caused this massive run. Then we pulled back into the anchored view app right there, rocketed off. We pulled back into the anchored view app right here, had a little bounce, tradable bounce, and now we're back in it. So again, the trading, once I know that this is a setup that I like, the trading becomes really, really simple. And if you find yourself like incredibly frustrated or tired or overwhelmed with your trading, then that just means you haven't systematized it quite enough, right? So for Frog, I like the look of this scan. I just clicked on it randomly. I haven't done my scanning yet today, but I just clicked on it randomly in this list. I like the look of it here if it holds this. So now my idea becomes pretty simple. If we start to bounce off this level again, I'd probably use today's high. That would be my entry. My low would, or my stop would just be under this area. And then in my head, I quickly go, do I think I could get 2 times this risk? So let's just do that math real quick. So today's high is, like, say $27 to make it simple. And then this low, let's call it $26 to make it simple. So I'm risking $1 per share. So do I think it's possible that we can get to $29, which would be double my risk? That's just right here. I think that's totally reasonable for a target. I don't think I'm asking too much from the market to get back up into this area. And then anything on top of that is well above my 2 times my risk. So if I can hold for that, that'd be fantastic, right? If we click, for those who don't know, if you click this little button right here, it will switch what you have as your picture-in-picture chart. It will switch that with the main chart. So let me just tap that, and it should do a little pop over here. Ooh, did I click it twice? I think I clicked twice. Oh, well, that's fine. And it looks like we may be putting in a bit of a rounded bottom here with this Frog. You can see this one sold off pretty dramatically. It makes me think this is some sort of de-SPAC or something, just because of the way it's been moving. And then we have this potential rounded bottom going on here. So the question is, getting into this pullback, maybe this rounded bottom is going to end up breaking out. This would be a very William O'Neill style thing. Earnings positive. Earnings are growing. 83% quarterly earnings growth, right? That's another William O'Neill marker. Annual earnings growth is another William O'Neill marker. So they're making money. They have a lot of cash to debt. If we're going to go into the fundamental side of things, a lot of money in these guys. Small company, right? $3 billion. So fairly small float too. Really nothing in the way of a short float, but so this is interesting now to me. So I'm talking through this, how I think about trading over time. So the main thing is that this came from a setup that I like. I know I'm going to like names that come out of this scan, because that's what, right? I'm using trade ideas to its potential here. I know that I've got an area of interest, right? That's what it came from the scan. It drew this anchored VWAP in for me from these lows right before this gap. So I know this is an area that's interesting to me. I can look at my 200-day and I say that's rising too. So that's going to be my definition of an uptrend right here. So I've got an area. So now if I've got a bias that says, okay, we're below this moving average, we had this kind of gap up that reversed everything. We got an upward sloping 200-day moving average. We are in an uptrend. Step one, I told you I look for either pullbacks or consolidations and uptrends. And other than that, I keep it really simple. So we're in an uptrend. We are definitely pulling back. We are pulling back to this anchored VWAP. So now what I need to do is not predict, but anticipate, right? So anticipation basically just means, what do I need to see the stock do at this point to tell me whether or not to take a trade, which is another thing that I see that new traders get into trouble with, is they will look at something and they'll say, okay, they'll bring up Apple and they'll say, okay, I want to bring up Apple and I want to try to predict what Apple is going to do next based off where it is right here. And that's, again, just not how it works. right? Because nobody can do that over the long run, right? So what we'll do is we'll click on frog again. And right, so I've got my area. It's at an area that is interesting to me. So now I just have to say, okay, well, what do I want to see it do to confirm to me that it's maybe going to bounce off of this anchored VWAP? And for me, that's just some sort of an up movement, right? So if you see this one, when we pull back right here, we had this nice bullish day. If you had bought on the close of that bullish day, right, that's a hell of a run that you get out of that. That's nearly from what, say 22 or so up to 30. 50% ish gain, give or take. Can't complain. So also right here, right? This came in and it put in this big green bullish bar. So if you had bought on the close of that one, you had to sit through a bit of BS, but eventually you got a nice trade out of it. And same thing right here. You had a green reversal off this area. You would have had to buy on that close, and it just would have gapped up the next day. Hopefully you'd take profits there. That one wasn't nearly as good, obviously. So that's what I want to see. I want to see some sort of bullish type bar. So either if, let's pretend, this is why I look at stuff near the close of the day. Let's pretend we close right here on frog. Well, I would probably just put my entry point, or at least a price alert, right? You can just right click. Actually, let me do that right now before I forget. You can always just right click and trade ideas, and you can create price alert. And this alert will come up right here. And then you can write a little note. I always like to, because I have the memory of a gnat. So I always want to make sure that I am telling myself why I'm interested. Right. So this one is just a VWAP bounce. And then if I hit save, you'll see a little blue line appear right here. That's just telling me that the system will alert me now when it hits this level. Now, if I go into my price alerts and we scroll down, you can see it right here, frog and a VWAP bounce. So then my stop loss, if it gets up here and I'm interested, so tomorrow it would have to get up here and I'd be interested in it, then my stop loss goes right under this kind of support right here. We bounced off this area twice if we bounce off this area. So I know exactly where I'm wrong. And that's most of the trade done. It not only is that most of the trade done, that is the hard part of the trade completely done. Because now there's nothing for me to control anymore. Right? As soon as you're like, if this happens, I'll buy it. And then if this happens, I'll stop out of it. You are up to the winds of fate at this point. So, right, let's continue to play out our scenario. Let's say we close like this right now, and then tomorrow we break through there and I get triggered in and I'm long right here. And my stop loss is right down here. And only two things can occur at this point. One, I get stopped out, turns around, it comes, gets me. Two is it starts to move higher. And then as it moves higher, then it's just how do I personally take trades when they move for me? For me, I'm very typical in the fact that depending on the market for the last year or so, I generally take out half of my position when it nears some sort of resistance point, and then I attempt to hold that other half of a position until some sort of trailing stop, you could use a moving average or a multi-period low or something like that. But for me, what I'd probably do is, because we have a significant high around $30, I would probably, at that $29, I'd probably try to get out half of my position there. So if it bounced up to $29 and I get half my position out, let's say my total risk was $100, just to make the math simple. And let's say I took half of my position out at 2 times my risk. That means I am pulling $100 out of the market. I'm putting it in my pocket. I'm saying, okay, I have now made what I was risking on the trade. Now, in my mind, the rest of that trade is now a free trade because I've already made the $100 I'm going to risk. So whatever I make in profit out of that trade is like a bonus, right? I was risking 100, I made 100. Now, if this thing then breaks through these highs, breaks out of that rounded bottom, and just really starts going, that gives me the confidence to hold that, because maybe I got one and at least I got half of my shares left, right? So that is, I guess, I wasn't even planning on doing this, roughly how I would talk through a trade. And then again, that has to line up with something that you have written down. Right. So you would have to have something that you can go to time and time again for those rules. Right. So your rules might be something very simple like, what's this? Type them out. We can do a little text box. We can do it there. We can make it big, make it 24. Right. So rule one might be trade with trend. And we'll use 200 MA to define the trend. 2, pull back to major level. And that could be an AVWAP. It could be another moving average. And then 3, bounce from that level, right? That's a very basic trading plan right there. And then the next bit of it would just be the risk management side. So risk to low of pullback. And we'll make that a little smaller. All right, so we're going to risk the low of any given pullback. Let's actually change that. And just to make that simple, right? A lot of people always wonder how much to risk. I hear the number 1% of your account thrown down a lot. I honestly think that's a little bit much. So what we do is we'll maybe say 0.5% of our account. So just to make it simple, say you have a $100,000 account, your risk per trade would be $500. So it means, right, we know our entry is going to be 27. We know our exit is going to be 26. If our risk is $500 or 5.5% of our account or $500, we know if we're risking $1 a share, we are going to buy 500 shares of this, right? And then we're going to target 2x for half, then move, stop, break even, and trail rest under, I don't know, 20 period moving average. Make that a little bigger so you guys can take a screenshot if you like this. Let's make it, was it 16? I made the other one. So boom, right? Not only have I ranted about making a trading plan with you guys like I normally do, but we've actually made a trading plan, right? Where we have done the trading plan. Uh, 20 period moving average wouldn't work on this one, but so boom, you have a trading plan. And I were willing to bet if you were just to take a screenshot of this, we'll put in the anchored VWAP there to make it easier. But if you were just to take a screenshot of this setup right here, and I'm going to get rid of that 20 period moving average. It bothers me. I like very clean charts. I bet you in the long run you'd make money if you traded something like this with discipline, because the risk reward for these kind of setups are going to be so much in your favor. All you need to do is take, a couple a year that turn into something wild like an ELF. Right, this thing has gone from $14 to $113 in like 2 years. So, all right, well, let's do the same thing. I don't even know if this works, to be honest, but yeah, so that would work right here. So let's say you bought right here when it got back above this moving average. So your initial purchase would be here, your stop loss would be here, and you're risking your 0.5% of your account or your $500. As soon as you're up $500, which would probably have happened somewhere around here, you're taking that off the table, and now this is free. So you can ride this for, as long as you want until it kind of breaks some sort of key moving average or something like that, and then gets you out of the trade. Maybe that would have happened right up here. Maybe it would have happened over here, but you would have made a significant percentage of what you were risking kind of over and over again, right? So the scan uses a simple 200 period moving average, and simply just because that's the one that is most common, right? We use a 200 because we know that there are large institutions and hedge funds and algorithms that trade around it. Doesn't mean it's magic, right? Simply buying a touch of a 200 period moving average will not be profitable in the long run. But that's why you notice that when I built that trading plan, if we go back to Frog here, the amount of time I spent on the actual technical setup was way less than the time I spent on the risk management side of the setup. And that's 100% on purpose, because any professional trader will tell you the same thing. There is a 50-50 or worse chance that this particular trade will work out. But we don't care, because what we're doing is we're managing risk very, very tightly on all of our positions, and we're allowing some type of outside move, right? You probably hear it with Barry too when he trades. Every now and then, with his low float kind of penny stock runner thing, every now and then he's going to smack one out of the park, and that one trade is going to make up for all the difference, right? So I don't care if you use a simple or exponential. Bet you it doesn't matter in the long run. Basically, what we're doing in trading is we're playing a probabilistic game. And that's why I always say, if anyone wants to learn more about trading, you can go on like a Udemy or a Coursera or hell, even YouTube, and take like an intro, or even if you've already taken an intro, more advanced probabilities course, because it will really shorten your learning curve, I think. Where essentially what will happen is you'll understand that, oh, even though I can't control any individual income, doesn't necessarily matter, right? What I'm trying to do in the long run is just understand the statistics of these things and weight them more in my favor. A couple examples I give to kind of hammer statistics point home to new traders is you cannot predict the outcome of any given coin flip. You can't do it. That's why we use it for so many things, right? It is a pure random 50-50 chance. But you can predict the outcome of 10,000 coin flips, that there will be roughly 50% heads and there will be roughly 50% tails. That's what we're trying to do with trading. We are not trying to predict what will happen in the next trade, because we can't. It's impossible. No one can do it. But what we can do is we can try to predict the outcome if we took a trade 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, which is really all that we care about. Is in this long run, if I do this thing, will I make money? And to add to that point, if you flip a coin 3 times right now, you will not get a 50-50 win rate, even though we know the outcome of a coin flip is 50% heads and 50% tails. So you will not get the statistical outcome unless you do it enough times. And that's the same with trading. If your strategy's right 60 or 70% of the time, still means you're going to get a whole bunch wrong in a row. Just the nature of probabilities, right? So the more that you kind of internalize these things, the better, because the more I kind of help out you guys and other traders and talk to traders. I told you I'm giving a presentation in Vegas soon. So the more I do these kind of things, the more I see the experienced trader, the profitable trader, looks at everything in probabilities, right? They have no ideology or bias or anything like that. Every single trade is just one of 10,000 trades that will equal out to a probabilistic outcome that they like. The new trader is always like, I wonder what Tesla's going to do over the next 2 days, right? So the quicker you shift your mind, the better in the long run you'll be. What scan is that? So if you go to the Market Explorer, and if you don't have a Market Explorer window, you just go to New and then Market Explorer window. If you have one open, you just right click on it, you go select strategy, and under moving average, we have these 4 at the bottom. So bounce to a falling 200, these would be for short setups. Pull back to a rising 200. And then we also have that for the weekly. So pull back to a rising 200 weekly moving average. So this would be 200 weekly bars, which is basically 5 years of data. Is this thing in a 5-year uptrend? And vice versa on the downside. Now, the one we are looking at right now is under the anchored VWAP section. So AVWAP right here, right? And AVWAP pullbacks, I like. There's a lot of them. I kind of like them all. This one is from large gap. So what it does, you see the massive gap that happened in Frog. It's looking at that large gap and pushing from there. It has pullbacks, just regular pullbacks. I like these as well, where these are just going to find stocks that are pulling back to a significant turning point and anchor VWAP from a pretty wild turning point. So AZTK, you can see it's pulled back. There's the anchored VWAP right there. It had this pretty significant down move and then just rocketed up. So the algorithm is looking and it's finding that price right there, saying that's a significant price. That's where I should anchor my VWAP, and anchors the VWAP. You can see right here, it would have been a good buy point as it acted as support. That could have made for an amazing risk reward trade. And right here, maybe we're doing the same thing. So we can keep an eye on that as well. If that bounces off, that's the same thing. So again, let's do the same trading plan we did on Frog. We can say, for example, we have an upward trending 200-day moving average. That's our trend. So that's a check, right? We are pulling back to a significant zone, which is this moving average or this anchored VWAP right here. That's another check, right? So we are going to buy on strength. We are going to risk to the low of the pullback, which would be right here. And we are going to target 2 times our risk, which is probably somewhere in this area, right? So you can see how now that I built this setup, it's so repeatable, right? I don't have to think about it. My only problem occurs if I have too many setups, then I have to try to figure out a way to filter them down. That's where I may use things like short floats. Like if I've got two setups, for example, and one of them has a 30% short float and the other one has no short float, that might be the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker may be the longer term chart and whether or not that's nearing any resistance points that I think could struggle. That could be another one that separates it. If you were a fundamental trader, that could be your differentiating factor. Maybe, for example, you want, if the company doesn't make money and doesn't have a higher cash to debt ratio than 1, maybe that's a differentiating factor. But again, we have the setup, so we don't have to think about it anymore, right? And that thinking about shit is often too where you get emotional about shit, is when you're overthinking stuff. So, as soon as you no longer have to think about stuff, the level of emotions come in play. Because if you have a written trading plan that you're following and your risk is within your personal tolerance, you'll notice those like emotional demons popping up way less. My thoughts on the market, we're breaking down here, but who knows, right? I'm not really interested in the overall market until tomorrow with FOMC, to be honest. Right, we've got this kind of wedge that we've been fighting for a long time. But again, we got FOMCs tomorrow. So the overall market, I don't think it makes sense to put a big bias one way or the other until tomorrow. The average length of a trade, I can be in trades for a day, and that usually means it went wrong. Generally speaking, it's a couple days to a couple weeks, but what will happen is if I look at my stats, is the trades that don't work out are quick trades. I'm in, they didn't work out, I'm out. The trades that are working, the better the trade works, the longer I'm in the trade, right? Because I don't pick a time. The market does, right? I don't pick a time with, hey, I'm going to get out of this trade in 3 days. It's more, I will get out of this trade when it triggers my stop loss. So I would say that initial, either me being stopped out or half of the position, that happens fairly quickly. I will know which is what I want, because if the most annoying thing in the world is sitting in a trade for a long period of time and then it doesn't pay you. So I won't. That's why I keep such tight stops. I will know very, very quickly when I'm wrong, and then when I'm right, I kind of give it the time to. I give it the time to go. So.
Michael,
Barry,
that's me. Cart's open, my friend. Cart's open. Not too robust.
is that the ticker? Cart.
Yeah, CART just opened the big IPO for today. IPO $30. Opened at 42 and is not trading like ARM did the first day yet, anyway. So
No.
the bloom, maybe a huge people behind this: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Bank of America, huge people behind this. So as always, I have an alert set at the high of the day. Later on, if it takes it out, I may take a nibble on it. But other than that, right now, it's really not. There's not the same enthusiasm that ARM had.
Well, and I think that's good, because we are ranting about your favorite topic, Barry, which is trading plans. I just ranted for a full hour about them.
Oh yeah.
And you just did one right there. And that's actually a really common one for people who like to play IPOs.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you see how Barry just basically pulled a trading plan directly out of his arse right there. But that's what all pro traders do, right? He's got the opening print of 42. That's, if we can get through that, that's his entry. He will have a stop loss that, which will probably be right under that. If we can't get going with any gusto, he'll be out. And then, knowing Barry, will be out most, if not all, by the end of the day. So again, you can see he didn't sit there and read the 10K of Cart and like figure out everything about it.
You're right.
Right. He knew the IPO was coming. He waited for his levels to kind of form, and away you go. Right. And that's,
yeah, the only thing I read about it is just who was involved. And so, obviously you'd think, I mean, it doesn't have to happen, but you would think that with those heavyweights involved, that they're going to attempt to maybe prop it up for a bit anyway before they let it collapse. So that's just the way I'm thinking on it.
Well, yeah, but I don't know.
Well, we don't know. We just don't know. Of course, we don't know. But
are they involved in the fact that they've already, taken the position and given it to their best clients? Which, so when I used to work at Barry's, I worked in the hedge fund space for like 10 years. A lot of the times, these hedge funds that wouldn't have anything to do with IPO trading would just get IPOs. And the reason they would do it would be Goldman Sachs. So say they did their prime banking with Goldman Sachs would say, "Oh, thanks, bro. Here's this Facebook IPO with no lockup," so that they could dump. And it was basically like them giving almost free money to their highest clients, because, right, you got Instacart at, would you say the IPO was 30?
Yeah.
So they get it at 30, they immediately dump it off the open, and then they move on with their day. So the question
is,
do
they still do that, Michael, though, with no lockup at all? I would have thought they'd have to have at least a 30-day lockup on something like a Cart or an ARM. Maybe
depends.
Not on some of these really.
That's one of the things.
I'd be surprised.
You would have to read into the offering for that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the only way you would know. But back in my day, and they would just do it. And these, like, this is like a distressed debt company that all of a sudden gets Facebook IPO shares, right? So it has nothing to do with anything they know anything about. So they just dump it on the open and move, or they use a VWAP algorithm to sell it all day, and they move on with their lives. So it's a different beast. That could be another way that I've actually heard people trading IPOs, right? Is, I don't know, you just anchor the VWAP to the first candle, and then you just wait for that to break. So that's 41-ish right now. But yeah,
well, it's funny, Michael. I never used to trade IPOs. Never. I couldn't care less about them. Now, in the last 2-3 years, though, it's these crazy low float $4 or $5 IPO priced ones out of China or Singapore. They've just caught my eye. And but I never used to trade an IPO the first day. I wouldn't even care about it.
A lot of people make a living. A lot of people make
Mhm.
a living just trading IPOs. We studied them a bit in the CMT, and a wild stat is it's like 85% or more undercut their IPO price within the first 6 months.
Mhm.
So it almost never makes sense to buy an IPO anytime within its first year. But that price, I think, like if you left that, and in fact, I'm going to do it as well. To put a price alert. If you put a price alert at 42 and just left it, like that might come into play like months or longer down the road, and still might be a
Mhm.
good price to play.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I'm hoping it happens today, but okay. I better take off or let you go. I got to get back into the other room. So,
cool. All right.
thanks, Michael, again for spelling me for the hour, and
Yes, sir.
we'll talk to you next week.
Talk to you then.
All right, guys, let me just take over here. So we've got the cart chart up. Okay, guys, back in both rooms. Yeah, I know I wasn't on mute in the main room. Just talking to Michael. So, yeah, so cart. So I don't know if you saw, but I put a big arm chart up. Okay, looking at how it traded in the first while. This is very, very different, guys. Very, very different. Now, granted, the IPO price for ARM was 51. It opened at 55. This opened at a much higher percentage from 31 or from 30. It opened at what, 42. So, but it's not trading the same as ARM at all. I mean, it's just sort of dropping here. So I don't, I'm saying to Michael, I've got two price alerts. One at the high of the body of that candle, the first 15 minute, that's at 42, and one at the high of the day. I somehow have my doubts that it's going to do that. So this may not be like ARM at all. And let me get my music rolling here. Okay, so Baba, I believe they did a reverse split today. And one for, I have it written down, one for 25. Okay. So you would have to, so I would say the flow right now for AXLA is about 1 million. Okay. Because you cannot, what's it? Yeah, it's the 19th today. So typically the float is adjusted. We'll call it the 15th and 30th, twice a month. So this is past, of course, the 15th. So I would call the float probably about 1 million. Just divide 26 by 25. So a little over 1 million in the float for AXLA. Okay, guys. Now the DTCK, that was a wild, wild, wild one. Okay. My guess, I mean, you never know because of the float. And how many shares have traded now? Yeah, 11 million. So it's I believe it or not, I have another price alert at 9. Believe it or not, if it takes out 9 towards the end of the day, this could have another run. But yeah, by the way, yeah, pins. What the heck happened with pins? Pinterest. Notice where it got to. PINS. Notice where it got to. Right to that high of 3 days ago. I believe almost at the penny, 26.81. 26.79. I mean, you hear me talk about looking left, looking left. I mean, that's the reason I do it. Where could it stall, even though it's just one day? It's not like, it's a massive amount of, no, like 10, 12 days at that price, which would seem so obvious as a resistance area. But sometimes even just one day and even a topping tail, it's not even the body, but the topping tail can just stall it. And that's exactly what happened. Well, Stitch Fix really had a nice run on earnings. I mean, guys, it still has room. I mean, now it's got 376. I mean, it's got room. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's at that high now of 3 days ago. So I'm not saying a big, I mean, it's sort of a small bounce right now. Okay. We've got 30 minutes, but I think that really, if it can take out this level up here, it might prove a little bit better. I'm talking about the SPY. So, I mean, it's kind of there, but all of this could stop it. So let's look at Skechers, guys. SKX. Did that? Okay. So that is, I mean, obviously a retailer. Piper Sandler is giving them an upgrade. Just trying to see if they have any, just trying to see if they got any sort of price target. Again, I'd be more inclined to short this thing, but especially if the SPY stalls here. All right, guys, let's see. DNB is something that I saw earlier. I think that was a, yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, 1066, 1068, a little bit of room. I mean, kind of moving a little bit with the market, overall market. You know, this GPP seems a little bit weak. I know they made an announcement yesterday. They're doing some kind of a merger with, looks like a fellow, a GPRE or something like that. Um, kind of I call it a sister company. Hmm. Well, that'll learn me. Seriously, I mean, I don't know what's teach me, but SFIX, I mean, tomorrow if I see one of these lower ones and they have earnings, I'll pay a lot more attention to it. I just didn't think it could possibly do this. I thought a couple of things would block it. You know, 321 I thought would block it because this company has been, you know, I mean, look at the daily chart. I mean, it's so okay. I don't know what they said. They must have maybe they put it was a glowing earnings release and all sorts of you know, guidance in the next quarter, positive guidance. I don't know, but this stock has not been good for days now. Did you mention something about SFIX? No, no, no. I wasn't talking about pins. I was talking about SFIX. Is this an ETF, SPRY? No, it isn't. Okay, it is not. I thought it was for some reason, I thought this was an ETF. All right, guys. So CART looks like it is settling down a little bit. So this could be interesting over the high here, 40.18. So a little over 40 could be interesting. Okay. It reclaims 40. 14 million have traded, 22 released. So, it's almost traded that if we call that the float, I don't know if that 22 million is the official float, but I probably put an alert over a little over 40 and see if it takes that back. Okay, some of these retailers are starting to move a bit. Let's take a look at XLR just for fun. See what the retail ETF is doing. Oops, that's not it. Okay, guys, there's the cart now over 40. How could I forget that? XRT, I meant. Yeah, so you can see, I mean, it's still down, but it's trying to have a little bit of a move here. Okay, pins now. Pins probably is above that high I was talking about. Yeah, so it's a little bit above that high. 2681 is the high. So it kind of got there again. 2681 got to 2688. However, okay, so card is still kind of flirting around that 40 level. So I'm going to reset my alert, my price alert, 40.27. I want to see if it takes that out again. Still kind of hanging around the 40 level is CART, CART. Okay, well, now we've actually had 30 minutes up, and now it is breaking out over this little area here, and I thought was fairly critical. Okay, so now maybe we'll have a little rally. Maybe we've had a 30-minute rally. Maybe we'll have one more 15-minute candle. I mean, right up there, 441 would be pretty critical, I think, if it can take that out also. So maybe now some of these ones that I looked at earlier. So Schlumberger, sort of in bounce mode now. The high of that candle is 60.33. Still choppy though. I mean, trying to get through that high of 3 days ago for pins. I mean, it was right around that area, but still not really able to make its way through. If it does, I mean, the next high is about $1 away, 27.73 on the daily chart. Must have missed this. I did see the rack space in the pre-market in terms of when we were looking at the upgrades, and I did see that this was upgraded. I didn't see the price though, 350 for RXT. That is from Raymond James. So Raymond James, definitely. I don't see any other news for this one. Yeah, I don't see any other news other than this upgrade for RXT from Raymond James with a target of 350. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to get there, but certainly 37% it has moved on that upgrade because that's the only news I see. Having said that, I think I'll do my video now, guys. So, what time is it now? It is 122, 123. So, should not take me this long, but just in case. You guys, I'll put myself on mute now, both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guess what's not over and done with yet? I mean, believe it or not, I still have a price alert at the high of the day. DTCK. Actually, I have two price alerts. One right here at around a little over 8, and then one up here at 9. And see if they get some more enthusiasm back in, get some volume coming back in. Oof, CCG, ugly now. So this is trying to have a daily reversal, guys. Is PTCT. It's trying to. The high yesterday because got hammered down 2 days ago. Hammered down. High yesterday was 25.17, so it's still a little bit underneath that. I mean, if it can, and what did it get to today? Got up to 25.24, so a little bit above the high of yesterday. If it can really break through that high of today and yesterday, then the next high is 27.53. So you have to stick an alert right in this area and see if it has any sort of a bounce left in it. It's already bounced, off 23 up to 25. Boy, cart is still, don't lose sight of it, guys, in case it takes out 40. Okay, guys. So now we're starting to see a few more toppers in the bouncers toppers because of what the market's doing. So here's FIS as an example. The next high is 58.68 for FIS. Let me take a look at this volume for CART. I mean, it's obviously tailed off. 16 million, yeah. So it's really tailed off. We had 9.5 million, 4.5 million, 2.5 million, and then now less than a million, probably. Yeah. So it's really tailed off. These are on the 15-minute candles. And no shorts available. No, so we're wondering maybe Cart would have shorts available the first date, just like ARM did at Interactive Brokers. It does not. Boy, this Dava, there's another earnings play that I didn't really pay that much attention to. I should have, just like the SFIX. Is that a SPAC? DKDCA, 5-letter SPAC? DKDCA. Out of the UK. Not too many of them out of the UK. Let's do something here with the, oops, let me get rid of my message with the cart. Yeah, see if I can do it. Ah, Pepe, you know I don't know how to do this again. It's the order to do it. I just don't know how to do it. Should be so simple. Yeah. Shouldn't have to remember left or right though. I shouldn't have to. I should just be able to do this. I should pick the number of shares I want. 300. I pick limit. I should be able to put my then put right in there. I should be able to put whatever I want. $40. Buy it and send it. That's all I should have to do. It's ridiculous. Now I could do it using the buy. I know I could do that, but I don't want to do it that way. But I'll do it. Okay. I'll use the buy. It's all in the simulator, Calvin, so it won't matter. So what I've done is I put a conditional buy order to buy a cart at $40.20 or 28 cents. Okay. Oh, I'm sure it does matter to you. I'm sure it does. But it should be just that logical, buy the number of shares, pick limit, pick the price right there, and that's it. Well, that's okay because what I entered it didn't make any sense. You know, it didn't look. I mean, that's what I entered. It didn't even. It was rejected, so it didn't even make any sense. So I did not use the stop limit. That to me is not intuitive. It's just not intuitive. But anyway, bottom line is I got it in here. Okay, we'll see if it happens later by using the buy button. I remember the days when all we had was a big buy and sell button, and it was so simple to do what I just tried to do. Anyway. Well, guys, the two stars really, Dava and SFIX have been very pretty good trends. I mean, other than that little pullback here, from here on 320 up to 355, and then the DAVA. And what's common about them? There are very few earnings plays today, and these are two of them. I don't even know what other earnings plays are. I mean, I'm sure there could be but I don't see any that have come through on my scanner. Guys, this is a nice little comeback. We're almost an hour now in the SPY. So yeah, so look at Schlumberger. I mentioned Schlumberger could be a nice pullback or bounce play. Well, this is the key area, I think, for the SPY if it's going to stall. You see the highs of these two candles over here, the 1015 and 1030 candles, at least the bodies of them. So yeah, I mean, but if it broke through that with any oomph, I mean, look out. Well, it's right there now. It hasn't broken through, but it is right at that, right at the 1015, 1030 highs for the SPY. The bodies, not that little topping tail. Wow. I mean, it still has some room, believe it or not. 59.43, 59.43. I mean, it still has some room on the daily chart. DAVA, DAVA. It must have better than expected Q4 and issued guidance. Obviously, it's all about the guidance. So they must be guiding really strongly for the next quarter for DAVA, DAVA. Certainly, there's been no short selling pressure put on. There's a 1.2 million shares available at Interactive Brokers, but there's not a lot of short selling. It appears anyway for DAVA, DAVA. Well, I'll have to give CART right now about a C minus on its debut. Can't lose sight of the fact that the IPO was at 30 and it's at 39 now, so that's a nice move. But after that initial 15-minute chart, I mean, it's just been selling off. I can't call it a failure with the IPO at 30 and it's at 38 now. Okay, it's a failure for us who wanted to trade it today, unless you got in right at the very beginning and somehow wrote it up a bit. But So, I mean, to put it in perspective, it's up 26% from the IPO price. The highest that ARM got on its day was up 37%. Okay. If you look at 70, not that it stayed there. So, I mean, yeah, all depends on your perspective. MBS, okay, let's take a look at that one. MBSC, another SPAC, but is it doing anything? A little bit. I love these things. M3 Brigade. See, now I wish we had shorts available for CARP at Interactive Brokers because, I mean, this is just sort of steadily selling off. Oh, you know what? Guess what, guys? Check out IB now, 64,000 shares available. Now, the low down here is 38.41. How interesting. So there's obviously been some short covering. 64,000 available right now. Okay, so this is the low now of the day. I'd be a little more inclined to take this if it broke down through 38, through that whole number. Oh my goodness, I didn't chase it. I couldn't chase it, but look at Dava. Got up to I was toying with the idea on that 57 break, but couldn't do it. All right. Well, it didn't take out 38. That's what I was waiting for. So it actually has had a bit of a bounce cart. Well, this RVNC guys has had a tremendous recovery here. Well, not tremendous. $11 up to well, pretty good recovery. 13.22. Look at this market. Look at this market. Well, took that area out. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm assuming my noise canceling is working. Leaf blower right outside my window. So you might hear me raise my voice a little bit so I can hear myself. Oh, and I wish this went so close. CRH, look at the next high looking left. I mean, imagine if it were up here at 56. But unfortunately, it's so close. But look at it. I mean, it's in the option scanner, and the high is 53.77. That's not that far away. If it could take that out, though, it's got a lot of room to run. That is the CRH. Basically went positive. Another Irish company. Look at this market. What a what a move here, guys, on the market. Whoa, just a minute, just a minute. Okay, guys, might be a little scalp short of cart here. Pretty well. Wait a minute, I might be being bounced out. Just give me a moment here. Just don't want to see it go way above 38. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I mean, it's still it's an IPO that's still reasonably successful, but said I would short it if I got underneath 38. Um, this is of course now the all-time low, but not a lot of short covering yet at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. And this is what we're talking about, 61,000 shares. And that's been kind of steady. And that is what I just flashed at you is from Interactive Brokers, okay? That tells me how many shares are available to short of any stock, of course. It's interesting because this is moving counter to the market, but okay, I'm all out. A little bit, just made a little bit on it. I was hoping for a bigger collapse, but maybe the market's helping. I don't know. Oh, hey, Draw or Casa, how come you didn't tell us about Murph? Now, here's the reason. 24,000 shares. That's it. This is another SPAC, guys, but it's only it's only. I mean, the volume's going to pick up, but it's 39,000 shares. Another one of these crazy SPACs, and it probably was halted before, but the volume. I have a 20,000 minimum in my halts resume, so I'm sure that's why I didn't pick it up. No, no, no. I scalped it short. Paradox. I wanted to short it under 38. I'm out. Okay, so what is going to happen here for this Murph? Volume's got to really pick up, though, like really pick up. It could do something really insane. The tradable right now, really, guys. I mean, 1838, 1931. It's because of the volume. The volume is not there. And, some will say it's still untradeable no matter what the volume is because it's garbage. It is garbage. But just trying to get onto the right side of the garbage. What do you mean by square feet? That's who they're looking to. Casa, is that who that they are? I know I can say it. That's who they're looking to merge with. Square feet. Okay, or square foot. All right. Today, well, that was on the 7th. Okay, special. Okay, so Wednesday the 20th. So that's tomorrow. It's initial business combination with Conduit Pharmaceuticals, and that's going to be the symbol. Is that what you're saying? It's going to be SQFT. So what it doesn't say, so that's when the voting will happen. And I guess if it's going to go through, then they'll hopefully at some point say, okay, here's where it's going to start trading as SQFT. Is that what you mean? That's tomorrow. Not trading tomorrow at SQFT, but the meeting will be tomorrow, whether or not they're going to approve it. And it's halted. Now this is halted. Okay, now this is halted. Volume has picked up a little bit, 84,000 shares now. Well, it looks like tomorrow they vote on whether or not they're going to do that merger. And then, of course, if they go ahead with it, then they usually will say, the new symbol will be, as you called it, SQFT, and we should start trading as SQFT on this certain date. That's right. Get on the right side of garbage. Most of this stuff is, I mean, guys, you're looking for reasons for all this to happen. Okay, DAVA, fine. DAVA, earnings play. SFIX, earnings play. At least there's some news. A lot of the stuff that we see, there's just no news. Boy, look at CART though. I mean, I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. If it hadn't taken that little jog to 38, it probably still would have been in it. But well, let's take a look at the SPY on a weekly chart. So this is the third week now. So yeah, I mean, historically, September is the worst month for the market. Okay. Historically, doesn't mean today, this week, or this month, it's going to be, but that is historically in terms of percentages. So, if we start following this, we see a little sell off in September so far. Okay, so this is running counter to the market, CMPS. Yeah, but 840 is the next low looking left. It's too close for me. It's just too close for me. Let's see if there are going to be any IPOs tomorrow, some crazy little ones. No, another pretty big one tomorrow. KVYO, another one that's, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup. So another pretty big one here, guys. Almost the same size as CART. I don't know what these guys do. Clavio, provide businesses of all sizes. To provide business of all sizes. Stores, analyzes, whatever. Okay, so it's sort of a retail. Well, it's about the same size as the CART. I mean, 22 at 30, 19 at 27. We don't know. And if it's the high end, 29, it'll be almost the same size as the CART IPO. But this is the one we want to take a look at. GPAC, 1.7 million, $4 to $5. Looks like is that out of Pakistan? Really? Gamer Pakistan? Well, okay, it is. Okay, well, it's going to be incorporated in the States. Nevada, looks like Nevada, but it's a gaming company organizing esport events in Pakistan. All right, why not? All right. Well, hey, who knows? Let me make sure. I have to make sure I've got that one. Not sure I do have that one. So that's GPAC. So what I do, this is what I do, guys. And I think this is way better if I do say so myself. People ask all the time, do we scan for IPOs? Okay, first of all, let me just do all this, get rid of all my price alerts. Hopefully that's not going to boot me from my program. Okay. No, I don't have that. So this is what I do, okay? So I take a look at the IPO calendar, and I'll start doing this a lot more religiously. Take a look at the IPO calendar, okay? And now what I do is I'll put in GPAC. Let me just get this up here. I'll put GPAC here. This is not trading yet, of course. So all I do is I put a price alert, right click, create a price alert, $1. I mean, it's going to trade over $1. In the case of IPOs like this, I like to put in some news or the information. So I want to know, well, it's 1.7 million and between 4 and 5, 4 to 5. So when it opens tomorrow, if it opens tomorrow, does it open over 4 to 5? You know, or is it met with a, a dull thud? I will put in brackets here Pakistan, though it's not a technically a Pakistani company. It's not a Pakistan company, but now I'll do this KVYO, same thing. Come on. Okay, KVYO. I'll do the same thing now. Right click, create a price alert, $1. And here's why I like to do it because of this, guys, because of the notes you can put in. Okay, so again, I'll put in 19 million. I'll put in 27 to 29. And in brackets, I'll put in big guys. Okay, big guys. That tells me big guys are behind it. So when it comes up, because as opposed to having to remember, I wonder what this was. What was the IPO price? Is it above the IPO price? Is it below the IPO price? How many shares were issued? I'll know about it when we get it. Here's another one. I mean, look at this, guys. GMM, prime number capital. But guys, what your prime numbers are. Only divisible by 1 and by itself. Okay, so I'll do the same thing. Right click. Now, the only thing I want to do is where is this out of? Ah, look at that. China, guys. Could be really interesting. Okay, so again, I'll do the same thing. Right click, create the price alert, $1. Put the structure in, 1 million, 1.2, that's okay. I'll just put 5, and then I'll put China. Here's another one, Roth. See all these really cheap ones with issuing very, very few shares. We'll do the same thing with CDEX. Where are they out of? This is out of Australia, it looks like. Yeah, it's out of Australia. Okay, I'll do the same thing. Right click. Now, typically what I would do is do this over the weekend. $1.3. I'll put 8, and I'll put in brackets Australia. Okay. And that looks, another one here, XJet. Look at all these. I mean, look, 1.64. Where are they out of? Israel could be another interesting one. So XJet. Okay, right click, create the price alert, $1, get the structure in, 1.6, 4, Israel. Okay, so now I'm set for the week. Now, doesn't mean I won't look during the week. Sometimes these, and I could keep going, of course, but I'll do this on the weekend, these ones. But anyway, I think that's a far better way to do it because when it starts to trade, you know exactly what the structure is. You don't have to guess rather than just having a pure IPO scanner. Well, I'm getting the halts for Murph and I'm getting them in the Momo. Yes. And I didn't get the first halt for Murph because it was underneath 20,000 shares. I do have a in my halts resumes, I have a minimum of 20,000 shares. So the first time I got halted, I didn't see it. No, that IPO calendar is not through Trade Ideas, but I can certainly give it to you. It's not the only one out there, but it's the one I've been using for years now. So yeah, just spend, on the weekend, take a look at the calendar, see what the upcoming ones are. I would do what I just did. It's kind of fun, you see what the IPOs are all about. Okay, so there's the IPO calendar for the IPO. And then, of course, well, it's showing you the last 100 IPOs. You can kind of go through that list as far back as you want and say, well, how have they done? All right, guys. So 212. William, I think, did you say you'd be able to be open until 4 today? I can't remember if I asked you. I know I didn't ask you, but are you good to 4? No, no pressure. As you know, no pressure. Other than it really helps if you do it every day, but no pressure other than that. Ugh, well, the utter collapse now of CCG after it hit 200 yesterday. So there's your halt on the way down now for Murph. There was never any big volume on that. I'm still kind of holding out on that DTCK to see number one if it can break through 8. Kind of hanging in there later on in the day. Great volume, 14.5 million. Out of Singapore. So that's why I'm saying that other one out of Singapore that's supposed to come out tomorrow. You never know. Guys, give me a moment, please. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Is there a way to sort companies with the largest debt? Well, let's see. If I go to our financials, filters, configure, search. I can category. I go to fundamentals, current debt. I don't do this cash debt ratio, but current income debt ratio. We've got some things here. I don't use any fundamentals at all. So But does that help current debt? And then what you would do, if that works, then what you would do is you would put this as a column header, and then in a top list, and then you would just sort on it. Does that make sense? And you could sort on it with the ones with the highest debt right at the top of whatever you're trying to follow. So for instance, if you looked at the SPY, if you attach, say, a symbol list, a SPY S&P 500 symbol list to a top list, and then had that, if that is the correct thing that you're looking for, current debt, and then you would just sort on it, and you would see the stocks with the fewest to the highest debt, or vice versa. Depending on your sorting, how you're sorting it, either ascending or descending. Does that make sense? Steely Stan. Let's just see. I mean, I'll take a look. I'll take a top list. Symbol list. I'm pretty sure we must have the SPY or something. S&P 500. Okay, S&P 500. I'll just use that as okay, so it's just a matter. So do you know how to do all this then? I don't have to go through this and just put the column, as a column, either as you're saying income debt or just debt, and then just sort on it. It could either be your own watch list or the S&P 500, the Russell 200, 2000, whatever you want. You just attach the symbol list to the top list. Okay, good. Great, then I don't have to do it. Now, if you just wanted to see stocks that were like fundamentally poor, or are you just saying with current debt, high current debt, that's good enough for you? But if you're looking for stocks that are fundamentally poor plus technically poor, I don't know if that's of interest to you, because the stock composite rating is another way to do it without looking at a specific metric like current debt. It'll take into account a lot of other things, perhaps quarter by quarter growth. It's interesting. I thought 40 was our lowest composite rating we could go, but maybe it's 30. Well, you might want to look at our stock composite rating also, okay? Because what that is now, it does take into account technicals, but it's a combination of very poor fundamentals and poor technicals. So, for instance, it's not going to stay there all day. It's not going to stay at 7 all day. Okay, so these are stocks that are pretty strong technically. Okay, we have. Oh, okay. It does actually go to 30. Thought it was 40 for some reason. So the higher the score, the stronger the stock is technically and fundamentally. Okay, so I've got a cut. So in this particular top list, but all I have to do is change it. Now, I've got 100,000 shares between 50 cents and 100. Why don't I make that I don't know, a dollar and $200 just for fun? And there's the volume. Now, instead of, just give me a moment. So now what we want is a low. We want, say, a maximum, say 50. Okay. I'll put 50 in here instead of 90. 90 meaning that that's a very strong stock. Anything 90 or above. We'll say a max of 50. Okay. Let's see what happens. And the columns, make sure I've got the column. Yeah, I've got the, so, okay, let's just see what happens. Okay, so here we go. And then I sort on this column. There we go. Oops. Okay, so again, that's going to be pretty weak. I mean, anything 50 or under is going to be pretty weak. I'm just trying to think. Okay, the lowest is 48. I was okay. The lowest with these filters in place, with that price range of up to $200, 100,000 shares, and all. So these are pretty weak companies. Okay, starting off with CHRS, but that includes technical. So more than likely, almost for sure, they're going to be under the 200-day, the 50-day, the 20-day. Look at JWN, Nordstrom's. There's the 200-day moving average. I'm sure if I had the 50 and the 20, be way under. And Nordstrom's, here's a company that is, not looking good at all. So I mean, you might want to do that as opposed to look at, current debt or a specific metric. Up to you. No, don't mind. Sorry, just give me one moment. Okay, so again, I'll give it to you, and all you have to do is, how to do this, I'm sure now. Right click, configure, and you'll see exactly what it's looking for. Okay. And this earnings per share is just to make sure that you're not going to see any ETFs. Okay. But you can, of course, change the price range. You can change the volume. You can do whatever you want, but I'll give this to you right now. And of course, the flip of that, if you want to see strong stocks, is just change that composite rating to say maybe a minimum of 80, and you'll see the strong stocks. We go back right back and change it. So I'll put 80. Okay, 80 is still pretty darn good. Now you could actually have the same top list doing, the high ones and the low ones. And I'll just get rid of that. So now these, in theory, are very strong stocks. And I'll sort it on the ones that are right at the top. 98% ATVI. Of course, this is a buyout, right? Isn't that this is the one that Microsoft's trying to buy? So if I were a swing trader, I'd probably use something like this. I mean, it doesn't mean every single stock on here is going to be, you're going to hop in and buy it, but at least it's showing you stocks that are strong fundamentally and strong technically. If you're looking to go long something, you figure out where you want to get in if you like this one. I mean, these are, so you could do a couple of things here. I mean, I understand people don't necessarily want to chase something, but you could say, okay, you know what, this is strong, but maybe I'll buy it if it pulled back, I don't know, to 133. You put a price alert there. Okay, you just put a price alert there, and yeah, I know that now, Dipire. I thought it was 40 for some reason, the minimum. Boy, look at cart. Geez, I wish I were still in it on this short. Man, I mean, if this keeps getting weak and weaker and weaker, you wonder though, will some buying, will Goldman say, okay, enough is enough? Or we could have done this. It says in the column, it says 30 to 100 right there. Whoa, look at this one, guys. This is an all-time low, CFFN, all-time low underneath that whole number. Underneath the whole number. Yeah, just something to consider, Steely Stan. So this is an all-time low now, CFFN. This is one of those regional banks. Probably got hit. It seems like so long ago now we had that mess with the regional banks, but I was going to say something to you about WW. You're right, on fire. What'll move 11 to 1165? You would think that we should all pile into WW, I don't know, around January 2nd or 3rd, if the market's open on those days, on one of those days. I just don't know when the holiday is. You would think that would make sense. Well, right after the holiday season, Christmas, etc., when we overeat and we come up with all our resolutions, one of them usually, I got to lose weight. I'm so lucky, I've been a sort of a gym rat all my life, not going to the gym anymore, but I'm just basically, there's no way I couldn't work out. Very lucky. Yeah, I should do that, Jamie, because I'll forget. Put a note in the calendar, December 31st. Don't forget to look at Weight Watchers in the first week of January. You just did? Okay. Started a run up in October. Okay. Well, maybe yeah, there's a little run up here. This is October. Didn't last though, but okay, well, let's take a look at, here we go. I mean, here's the week. This is the first week after Christmas, okay, or holidays. Okay, there's the first week. 386 to 452, nothing unbelievable. And then the next day up to 492, little pullback, and then up to 550. So the resolutions lasted for about a month, maybe. Okay, and then boom, down. So well, maybe if somebody wants to go back and look at January for Weight Watchers or WW over the last 2 years, look at this market, guys. Well, the model for all, well, I shouldn't say all because I don't know all of them. I can only know the one. I don't know, was the Family Fitness, was that in the States too? A long time ago. It was a big chain in Canada, Family Fitness Centers. I don't know if it was in the States also. Anyway, I got to know the manager of one of them, and they said that they'll sell 100 memberships and hope that only two actually show up. I'm exaggerating. Because with the number of memberships they sell, if everybody came, of course, at the same time, they be overloaded. But they know they've had it all worked out that only some crazy low percent, 10% would actually come, they sign up for a year-long membership. But they'd be well, I was gonna say if they'd be hooped if more if a bigger percentage of people showed up at the same time. Big green bar, big green bar. Well, maybe everybody's thinking that tomorrow Powell is not. I mean, there was some talk about maybe raising it 0.5%, not 0.5%, 25 basis points. There was that thrown around. We won't know until it happens. So, okay, I don't know if this is the big news, but I mean, they had some. This was early. This was before the market opened. Abbott and Weight Watchers connected app experience is now available for people living with diabetes. Okay, well, that's sounds reasonably important. But that news was in the pre-market. You can see a little bit of action. Market opened though and kind of sold off. Jack LaLanne. Look at this cart, guys. This is yeah, this is kind of a miserable performance now. Man, I had it under the 38, but I got rid of it. Well, 90, are you serious? Because that doesn't seem to be what the market is saying. I'm sure the market is, I mean, the market was hoping for the longest time that no more rate increases. And maybe one day, one of these meetings, they'll actually say a rate decrease. But if they have a rate increase tomorrow, I'm surprised. And if that is truly a conjecture of what's going to happen, I don't know. It seems surprising to me the market would be doing this ahead of that. But we won't know until it happens tomorrow. Are there Is there a presser at 2:30 also, or is it just the minutes? There is a presser. Thank you, JJ. Okay, so we'll have the double whammy, guys. I'm using whammy incorrectly. Whammy is always supposed to be used in the negative, but I use it. We'll have two news events, and a 2 and a 2:30. Well, I have no targets for card. I'm not in it anymore, Brian, unfortunately. But this is just being, this is a steady sell-off now. Well, I think there was talk, because the auto workers were on strike and, what effect that would have on the economy. I mean, listen, nobody really knows. Voice is breaking up. Really? Okay. Hopefully I'm okay now. Hopefully that is just a brief occurrence. Okay, good. All right, guys. Well, it's 2:42, so I will. Yeah, that's what I thought, Dip Buyer. I didn't think 99%, but because I didn't know for sure, I couldn't doubt you. It's just that the market is not reacting. If that were the excuse me, if that were the case, I would not think the market would be doing this. Birds. Oh, it's just a cheap one, guys. Just resumed. BRDS got halted. Ooh, over $1 now. Interesting. Bird Global acquires scooter operator behind spin for $19 million. All right. Well, interesting. A little cheap company like this being able to buy them. 118. This is halted again, though, right? This is halted again. Okay, guys. Well, as we wait for this to come out of the hall, who knows? Maybe this will go crazy. So, clicking on my homepage link, here's how you can take out a subscription using that promo code. But if you do want to take on an annual subscription, I can give you a better promo code at 25%. Just let me know. The getting started, 10 short videos. You must do that. Runs you through your download, your install, your first startup and login. Tells you what alert windows are and top list windows are. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, free series of videos that, or a series, I don't want to call it a course so much, but a bunch of videos that start off with what is a stock. Okay. So if you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trader Days put this together. Stock, daily stock of the day video that I do. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section here. And here are my scans. Okay. The scans that I use. Don't use all of them. I don't have them all up, but I do have here are the scans that I'm sharing. I guess I should say it like that. Here are the scans that I am sharing. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my link. Okay. Either say you can save my homepage, and at some time in the future, you decide you want to take out a subscription, click on my homepage, get to this promo, helps the room, keeps it free. All right, let's take a look at birds and see where could it open. Interesting. Doesn't really doesn't give me the same look in the bid and the ask here. Not a pink sheet stock, is it? No. And there are shorts available, Interactive Brokers for birds, BRDS. There are some, not many. In fact, they're being, that's interesting. Maybe they're being allocated. There were 14,000, now there's 8,000. Oh, how's been your dip buying? I haven't seen too much action out of you. Wow, look at Cart. Oh man, that would have been beautiful. A few shares would have been beautiful. And they've all been snapped up now. No more shorts available. Interactive Brokers. They just got snapped up. Probably a good thing. Good one, JJ. Well, the problem with that, ST, I mean, you're right. I mean, you would think at some point, but I mean, okay, the only positive thing I can see, and it's just, it's a stretch. You've got these bottoming tails on the last 15 minute, the two 15-minute candles. So 36.20, maybe, but I'd have to wait. You'd have to wait for that candle to close. I mean, there's no guarantee it's not just going to sell right down, and maybe a break over 37 might get it running for a bit, and you'd probably have to put a stop at about 38.29 up here. I'm not a stop, but an area that it could get to before it hit resistance. But I don't see right now. I don't see. You like to see some volume coming in too. There's no volume. Look at the volume just tailing off, 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 just steady down. So, in my opinion, there's no big buy signal yet. Why don't I do this though? I'll stick an alert just over 37 and see if it takes that out on volume. A little bit of a move for DTCK, a little bit of one, not much. All right, guys. Well, I am getting set to probably wind this up in about 10 minutes. I'll always stick around after 3 o'clock if there's some questions. So if you have any questions, certainly ask away. All right, guys. I don't see any questions. Ooh, this could be an interesting short, maybe. WES, energy play, going right into the 200-day moving average, 26.72. Okay, right there. Now the VWAP's underneath 26.31. So I don't know if that's too close, but if the market turns a bit, you might get a little move down to the VWAP. No goods today, I don't think. He loves it when I say VWAP. Well, guys, I'm not seeing too much right now. I know somebody said they took the AVGR. You're all right. The VWAP is far enough away, 941. Okay, but you're going to have to get through that nine, of course. Hope it works out. Okay, so YouTubers, I'll put this link in now. Okay, I'll be having to shut you guys down at 3 o'clock. But if you do want to head over to the what I call the main room, you can head over there because I'll be taking off at around 3. Again, there'll be no screen sharing, and I'll be off the mic. But a lot of traders still in the trading room, so you can head over there and chat amongst yourselves, throw in ideas still if you want. You're welcome, Jamie. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow in terms of those IPOs, those are really cheap IPOs. See if they actually begin trading tomorrow and have some fun with those. Then tomorrow I promise to myself that I take a look at the earnings plays a little more closely. What a move that was from 80 cents up to 147. But of course, now the big pullback for Birds, BRDS. Low float, 6.2 million in the float. Yeah, it doesn't look like this DTCK is going to have the big lift. Still early though. I mean, they still have an hour left. You never know what could happen with these. So I still have my I have two price alerts for it, one at 8 and one at the high of the day, and see what happens. Nothing may happen, but if it does, I'll know about it. So what do we have for the float for AVGR? Let's see. Yeah, so we have 640. I mean, that's very, very low, of course, 647,000. Let me just do a quick look to see what other people have and see if we're in the ballpark. Yeah, we're in the ballpark. 800,000. That's another. So it's under a million. So that is, very, very, very low. No shorts available. Not at Interactive Brokers. That is pretty typical. Okay, guys. I'll cheer it on. Go AVGR, Christine. I know you're trapped in a bunch or some. Okay, you guys, I'm done. So William will take over now. Thanks a lot for all the help, as always. So I'm shutting down YouTube. You guys have the main room link. You want to head over there.